I go to yes, are we live?
We are now live.
What?
No, we want to hear your conversations. Your side thought.
This is the only one. All right, welcome to our January 14th work meeting. This is the first one of 2025, right? My goodness. I'd like to welcome everyone here today. And we'll start out with item 1.1, Healthy Orem update. So Heather, if you'd like to go ahead and lead us in that.
Absolutely. And just really quick, I was noticed as a total side note, I saw these paintings in here in Rite that if you guys come to the city hall over the next week and it looks like we've been robbed, if you have not in fact been robbed, I have the library repossessing the library art this week. So we get ready to go over there. So if it looks gloomy in here, just know that we're just getting ready for the move. So I want to recognize the Utah County Health Department's here, Carrie and Kate in the back here. They've come just to contribute and support this wellbeing action plan. They've been so helpful with all of this, and they're just such a great community partner. So I just want to start off a review on how we got here. We have this has been in the process for probably almost a solid year. So we started with the Utah Healthy Community Designation. We applied for this designation through a local nonprofit called the Healthy Utah. And it took a while for us to get everything we needed for this designation. But one thing that we were required to form in order to receive this designation was the Orem Health Coalition. So we formed that coalition, and that health coalition has been awesome, and they gave most of the recommendations that are being presented to you today. We also did a Utah State University City Wellness Survey, and we broke their record for the amount of responses that we gave from our citizens, which was more than statistically significant for our population. So that kind of gave us the basically idea of some of the health issues and wellness issues that are on the minds of our residents here. And we're going to address some of those today. We also hired Debbie D'Amico, our Communities Connection Supervisor, in September. And Dr. Courtney Flint gave us a presentation about our USU Wellness Survey results last October 8th to just kind of give us some data analysis and some recommendations. And here we are today. We're going, last time, Mayor gave me some marching orders from that Dr. Flint's presentation to find out some research, backed solutions to some of the survey concerns that our residents have and come up with a plan. And so here we are to come with that plan. But I wanted to introduce you to our Orem Health Coalition. Just awesome group of people. Katie King is with Timbernotes Regional Hospital. She's the Chief Nursing Officer. Chief Adams, of course, you all know him. Stacy Carlesi, she is at Orem Recreation as a program coordinator. Carrie Bennett here in the back, Utah County Health Department Program Manager. Gina Bertelson, the Orem Senior Friendship Center Program Director. She helped represent the senior citizens, not because she's a senior citizen, but she works with them. She corrected me last time. Vicki Saraki, she's an Orem resident and volunteer. She's a nurse practitioner and she's a PhD and I believe it's community health. She's also Spanish speaking and she's willing to translate for us. And Lincoln Hubbard from Orem Community Hospital, he's their marketing and patients manager. So really great group of people, so much knowledge in one room. We started off, I kind of broke this down into 3 phases. There was a lot of data and we needed to make sure we touched all of the concerns in this wellness survey. So I created a matrix. I'll come back to that. Don't get distracted by it, but I created a matrix that has 4 pillars of community health on one side, and across the top to every one of the survey concerns. And I just needed to organize our recommendations by those different recommendations. And then I organized those into community tasks, which you have in front of you in the gray, purple, pink, and blue. just in a linear fashion, and this is a living document. Both of these are living documents. We are going to update them and add to them as we get more ideas and more resources, but the second version is, you'll hold that up, Debbie. This is kind of something that helps us organize it in a more linear, organized way. And then we have this that I have turned into, I basically boiled all of these wellness tasks down into a health improvement plan. And this health improvement plan is the next 3 months. Again, that's not the end all be all of that plan, but it's just our start. And this wellness plan addresses a lot of the most of the issues that were brought forward by us. So we'll come back to that wellness matrix and get some input. So we can dwell on this as little or as much as you'd like, but we have these wellness tasks. Really what's more pertinent is the health improvement plan. But these are just a whole bunch of ideas that were brought forward by Dr. Flynn, the Health Coalition, some things that were currently in the process, research-based solutions, and some current staff recommendations, but just individual things that we're going to address through our health plan. Any questions so far? The meat and potatoes is in the next spreadsheet, so. And this is our health improvement plan. We're going to kind of dwell on this a little bit more. In this GOT chart, we are expected to start this February 1, although we're a little ahead of schedule. So this first point here, this first priority, create a city health website, health.orem.gov. There are a lot of resources kind of floating around on our current website and lots of nonprofits, the health department. We want to make a really centralized, easy to remember website where residents can come to for all things health related, physical health, mental health. We're going to feature my hometown on there, but this health.orem.gov website has been registered and required, so that's already, we're ready to do that. The design of the website, we're already on that. So it's going to, this is a rough draft of what it will look like. But my idea for this website is to make it as easy to use as possible. When they come to this website, I want them to, they're going to come with an idea of what they need and what they're struggling with. And we just want to address that as easily as possible once they get there. We're going to ensure the website is also available in Spanish. Considering our population has such a high amount of Spanish speakers, we're going to make sure that's possible. And we're going to categorize all of the content that's going to be available there. Again, can continually be added to, bring everything from diabetes prevention to like maternal mental health, everything in between, and feature my hometown on there. And Chief Adams isn't here, so we don't have to worry about him killing me because I am going to show some videos that he was, this was one of the ideas that came from the Health Coalition. Their domestic abuse has been a significant issue worldwide, actually, since 2020, since the COVID pandemic. And here in Orem, again, it's an issue. So we decided on this health website, we're going to feature some videos about domestic violence. And we were able to record them last week. So let's see if this works. We have it in English.
Domestic violence is a problem in our community, and I wanted to take a minute and explain what domestic violence is and what to do if you're experiencing violence at home. My hope is that you'll know what to do after hearing these answers and reach out to us for help.
We also have it in Spanish.
Hola, soy el jefe de policía de la ciudad de Orem, Josh Adams. Quería tomar un momento y explicar lo que es la violencia doméstica y qué hacer si usted está sufriendo violencia en el hogar. Les voy a responder algunas preguntas comunes sobre la violencia doméstica. Mi esperanza es que usted sabrá qué hacer después de escuchar estas respuestas y llegar a nosotros en busca de ayuda.
I knew he could speak Spanish so much.
His accent's. I just think it's good to know that if she puts a camera in your face, she's gonna use it against you.
Right, exactly. So we actually had 6 other officers and victim advocates contribute, and they are also recorded. They also speak. So kind of breaks up the video, and we explain everything about their rights, what they can do to get help, what to expect. All of the above. So
sometime I would like to do a deep dive into or a way to identify different types, I don't even know what to call them, types of domestic violence, different levels, right? Because I feel like resources need to be directed specifically, you know, if it's he yelled at me, he hit me, I just read something where an article, somebody took away her keys and wallet and wouldn't let her out of the house. I mean, I think if we can better target what's happening, we can better help the victim and understand ways. There's gotta be research out there of how we can better focus on our community.
Great, yeah.
So I don't know who's in, you know, at what point we do that or who we even reach out to do that, but it is a problem. So, you know, let's get it figured out.
There is a domestic violence police officer who specializes, shortly.
Our victim advocate's office takes care of that.
Cause I would really like to get into the schools too and teach the little boys and the little girls, cause women do it too, right? So they're building that great relationship with our police officers. Maybe we can help touch on that tough subject.
Just to expand a little bit on Deputy Chief Robinson's comment. All of our officers, when they're out on patrol, if they're responding to a domestic violence call, they should be engaging what's called a lethality assessment protocol. The acronyms it's always used is a LAP. And so they go through a set of questions that had been validated to indicate to the officers and also to our victim advocates, where does this victim score as far as the spectrum of safe to stay at home, or do we need to get a safety plan in place to provide them access to a shelter or other resources to get them to a place of safety? So that's already being used by the police department.
Okay.
And another note to that, if you don't mind me interrupting here, I met with Chief Adams and the 3 victim advocates last week, along with the refuge, which is one of the kind of the shelter areas, and we're coming up with some plans on holding like communication events, educational things. We're trying to figure out how we can really appeal to those that are most affected and those that maybe are affected and don't realize it. So that's something that's also in the works for this coming year.
Good.
More questions? Okay, Debbie, you start with 2 and 3.
Okay. Do you want to switch this? Yeah. So
Hola, soy el jefe de policía de la ciudad de Orem, Josh Adams. Quería tomar un momento y explicar lo que
Was that triple speed? What was that?
You could never have too much chief
I mean, so we're gonna go back to one of these presentations. So Heather put this beautiful presentation together. I'm so impressed and so thankful for all of her hard work on it before my involvement in it. I'm gonna cover number 2 and number 3 on here. So we're going to have free health classes at various city venues, mainly the library as well as the recreation center. We did talk to Carrie and Katie earlier this afternoon about also holding some classes for seniors at the Senior Friendship Center. So that's another event place, if you will, for these classes. And they will include like diabetes, nutrition classes. There will be some birthing type classes, overdose prevention, those type of things that will be in that. So we'll be coordinating with the Library Rec Center and then the Senior Friendship Center. We're going to be in the process of creating the schedule for that in conjunction with the Utah County Health and some other nonprofit organizations. Develop these partnerships for consistent and free classes. We always want to make sure that they're available to everybody on a free basis. There will be the class schedule on our new website, health.orem.gov. We'll coordinate with the communications team and already they're starting to that to announce those classes once they are scheduled. And you'll kind of see the timeline here of what we're looking at, though it doesn't necessarily need to stay within this time frame. I mean, if we can get things done sooner, we definitely will. And then we'll be posting those classes on a public basis with the Library Representation Center and then the Senior Friendship Center. In addition to that, we're going to have the annual health fair in conjunction with our farmers market. We'll be having mobile mammogram screening for women that would really benefit most of that. We've talked about some other various things for men as well. We're gonna meet with the events team to brainstorm some of those activities, coordinate that with our local healthcare partners, the Health Coalition and other nonprofits for those booths. And then we'll schedule the City Center Park and finish planning of that for the annual health fair. So if you have any additional ideas or input for that, I would love to hear from you. I'm open to all ideas and suggestions and would be glad to take that to our partners.
Heather, the partnerships aspect is important.
for us and get partnerships with other government agencies. I'm glad that you mentioned the connection with the Utah County Health Department. In terms of, providing some of the resources. Will we also have kind of a direct connection via our website to the Utah County Health Departments?
We could, yeah, absolutely. Mhm. Yeah, we'll be syncing directly to their schedules and their events. Yeah.
Great question.
Do you guys have any, would you guys like to add anything about the health department and can offer?
We have lots of different resources. I like that it's an all-encompassing, and I found it really interesting about, I didn't know about the domestic violence. We don't have a lot of funding at the health department, right now, currently for that, to help with and assist with domestic violence. So I'm glad that you're addressing that, but we can look for resources to help in those areas as well. But we're excited to partner with you and get some classes up and running, and also explore opportunities and volunteer opportunities to help assist with I live in my hometown as well to offer some of these classes for free, because of course we are also on limited budget, so it's not very feasible for us to do too many, there's so many classes we teach a year. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to fill your schedules, but also be able to, maybe build some volunteer opportunities for community members who have special skills in those areas. And I love on here, or maybe the other document, partnering with UBU and some of their public health programs or things like that, nutrition programs, where we can get some students involved to be those volunteers to get internship hours and experience in the field.
Yeah,
So
that'd be great.
Which I was just in a meeting with the commissioners this week. And they talked about how they've had to cut back on your budget because you had ARPA funds or whatever. And at the same time, we talked about the tax increase and how they're doing it at the county level for expanding the prosecutor's office is the county attorney, which is great, right? But sometimes I'm just like, okay, so we can prosecute more domestic violence. We're adding to the attorneys. Well, man, I wish we could just get that money and put it upstream.
Prevention.
Can we just stop it?
Prevention.
I don't know. I feel like
Yeah.
maybe we have to have some conversations to help that happen.
yes,
In a way.
absolutely.
And I think there's also
It's a
going
pipe
to be
dream,
sorry, Renee.
No.
I think there's also gonna be some anger management type of things that we're gonna do in conjunction with refuge. We're looking at how do we prevent this from an early age? Like you said, how do we get this into the schools? In the right manner, right? And so that's also being discussed as well. So we just met, it was just last week that we met, and so we're in that brainstorming mode right now, but we're talking about having something at Library Hall, and really being able to attract the right people, but prevention is key. That's the thing that, we keep coming back to is how do we prevent this? I agree with you.
Yeah.
We don't want it to get to that prosecution part. How do we prevent it? So early education is key. It's just in the appropriate fashion. How do we do that?
And I
Thank
think
you.
if you posted on any kind of grant opportunities that come out of the state health department from the Violence and Injury Prevention Program, a lot of times we will fall within that category. That's where the health department, they're looking for more community-based organizations that other than us that are implementing those services. So I can make sure that I'll let you know other grant opportunities.
That's great, and that's a segue into our last point. We're just going to keep continuing to look for grant opportunities. I'm always scouring the internet for some. Any health-related grants, if they or even violence, domestic violence, anything related to health, prevention, and just improving the health. I'm always reporting on grants like EPA community funds for water quality, reporting on our current grants for parks, recreation, water quality, and just writing health-related grants as they open. Just going to move to our next steps here. Our next steps are to just begin implementing the health improvement plan by building out our website first of all, and coordinating with organizations for our free health classes. And I may have mentioned this before, the health department is starting their first class next month, diabetes prevention, at our library. So we're excited to see how well that goes. We'll also start communicating with the farmers market about the health fair. Our grant writing will always be ongoing. And Debbie, our communication convention supervisor, will be coordinating with the health fair, health department, all of our getting our health classes and various organizations together and creating a schedule of who can come and give us free classes. Any Orem resident can come to. She'll also be our main point of contact for this project moving forward. So if you have ideas that wake you up in the night, send them to Debbie and I'll get them on the schedule. So I just wanted to, this last part is just a little bit interactive. Again, I know we're running a little bit short on time, so maybe just putting it on your radar, you can just send them on this as we just going forward. But this wellness matrix is what I used as kind of a way to organize all of the thoughts about the survey. So I can just used to using this on my desktop. So here we have all of the health well-being survey concerns that residents brought up, things like physical health, community connection, improving public transportation, air quality, these types of things. And here I just kind of organized it by pillars of community health. We have, emotion or physical environment, social and economic factors, health behaviors, and access to healthcare services. I wanted to organize it by pillars of community health so we make sure that we are addressing every aspect of community health. And as you can see, there's, a lot on this matrix, and that's what I used to create the health plan and the other list that we have. What did I call that? Our health tasks. But one thing I wanted to point out here is that we have 3 areas where there are gaps. There's traffic, improving road services, and improving city image. Specifically, residents mentioned State Street. And this is where I need your help to fill in these gaps and come up with ideas for how we can address these issues that have been brought forward by residents. So again, we are running short on time, but if you have any ideas that wake you up in the night, send them my way or Debbie's way. But yeah, traffic, improving road services, and improving city image, especially State Street, are 3 things that we do not have ideas yet and are looking for ideas from City Council. So
We talked about this a little bit at our retreat.
oh, good, perfect. You must have known. So that is all we have today. Are there any questions that you would like to share?
Can we buy copies of the video?
Yes. For blackmail?
With editing, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it comes with a price, but no. Yeah. Yeah. So we will turn the back to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Heather and Debbie, appreciate that. Okay, we'll move on to item 1.2. This is a presentation, UTA. Or UDOT, or Chris. Okay, UDOT. On 1600 North, nighttime construction exemption.
No. All right, Mayor Council, it's a pleasure to be with you tonight. I have with me from UDOT, our project manager from the 16th Road project, Carol, and then Dan Young with WCG Engineers. We've been working together now since November of 23. What year was that? 23. 23. Okay, so 15 months. We wanted to give you a really quick update on the project, but also they've come tonight making a formal request that we'll get into in just a moment. There are 33 homes on this property that are in the process of being purchased or have been purchased. The vast majority have been.
How many have been purchased and how many are still left of the 33?
So, almost all of them have been acquired. We have the 8 parcels that are owned by Orem City that have not yet been transferred. And there's 1 or 2 that are kind of giving us a little bit of a hard time.
So some of them have been purchased, but the people are still living there for a period of time?
Yeah, there's actually quite a few that still have people living in them.
Okay.
So we're kind of letting them stay as long as we can let them stay.
So they get rent free for a period of time, right?
No, actually, they're if they stay after we've acquired it, they're paying rent, or they're paying rent to the city.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, I don't think anybody's in there for free unless they're squatters or something.
So out of the 33 homes, we've purchased 8 through MAG funding.
And ours are already demolished?
No, there are
2
2.
out of 2, yeah.
Okay.
Well, 2 of them are demolished, but 6 are inhabited, so. Thank you. But as you drive down 16th North, you'll notice it looks quite a bit different.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. And then, so they have a demolition contract that's been on site that's demoed, a little more than half of the homes right now. You'll notice that they've come back and backfilled that with the material and packed it in nice and smooth and so forth. It's very clean, very well organized. I'm very pleased with the work that they've done there. And also, I'd like to give a shout out to UDOT and to WCG and their subcontractor engineers who have been excellent to work with over the past 15 months. But now we're at the time where the rubber is going to literally and figuratively hit the road. So we're at a point right now, starting April 1st, they'd like to have all the funds in place to be able to bid this project. About three to 4 years ago, the project was estimated to cost around $35 to $40 million. While there's no estimated amount of what it may cost today, we are anticipating that the bids will probably come in likely higher than 70 million. So it's a significant change. So Diego and the UDOT team will be going to the State Transportation Commission, I believe, in February to request some additional funding for this project to get this completed.
And just to clarify, that cost includes the right-of-way acquisition and construction.
So interestingly, so almost half of the, just under half, maybe 40% of the project cost is right-of-way acquisition and relocation of individuals and families to homes that are very comparable, not just comparable, but also comparable in this area as well. And so there's a substantial cost for that. The construction costs, I think, are estimated to be roughly 25-ish, 25 million. So it gives you an idea of the total cost of the project. Less than half of it is for construction, actually. So there's a lot of effort that goes into the front end and the purchasing, right-of-way acquisition, and so forth. Details of can be found, and I can share those with you of this map and so forth. But really what we're here to talk to you tonight about is a resolution that is on the consent agenda for the city council. We wanted to present that to you here, answer any questions you might have, and explain what the request is. So first and foremost, in the Orem City Code in section 929, there's a restriction for construction work within 200 feet of residentially zoned properties. From 10:30 p.m. to 7 a.m. it's prohibited. You might recall Lene, perhaps on 1600 North.
I remember 4 a.m.
Okay, we had some construction going on at
Started
midnight,
waking up
right?
at 4 a.m. every day.
But it accelerated the project. It made it so it went faster, it was safer, and it was a very collaborative effort that helped us to get that done in a safe and quick manner. And I would suggest that we did the same thing also on 800 North when we were widening. And what year was that, Ryan? 2007-ish, 6-ish? If you all recall when that happened? Four. Okay. Anyway, we blew it up, right? With UDOT, and all the homes on the north side were purchased and demoed. And it was a massive war zone construction effort that took place at that time. This is going to be similar in fashion to that, although I would say that we're ahead of the curve a little bit with the construction or the demolition efforts that have already taken place. And so, with the assistance of Jake Summers, he's prepared this resolution for you tonight. Utah code does allow or provide that state highway construction projects can provide reasonable written notice in advance of nighttime construction. There is a net community benefit to conduct nighttime construction, and the state highway construction project institutes best management noise reduction practices in the construction with local government. The local government shall issue a nighttime construction noise ordinance exemption permit. In essence, it suggests that we can do this. And we have done this historically. And what is requested specifically by UDOT at this time is the following. UDOT requests an exemption for nighttime construction with the following conditions. This UDOT contractor will provide written notice to the city 15 days prior to beginning construction of the intended schedule for night work for this request. So it's on a per request basis. It's not for the whole project, is it? It's for just certain aspects of the project during the.
It would be for the whole road.
Okay, thank you. And the contract will not perform or use any saw cutting, jackhammering, during nighttime hours, which would wake people up and become more disruptive that way between 10:30 and 7. So just to back up a little bit here, when we worked on 8th North and also 16th North for phase 1 of this project, I don't think we had these types of restrictions in place specifically. They've come forward with these to make this more palatable and more manageable, and also to recognize the disturbance that this would create on the surrounding public. The third item is the contractor will not use compression, release engine brakes, dynamic braking devices, Jake brakes, except to avoid imminent danger. So there will be no loud Jake brakes occurring during construction at nighttime. The contractor will also provide adequate lighting to perform satisfactory inspections and construction operations. And the contractor or representative will notify in writing the neighbor's businesses located within 200 feet of the construction prior to beginning the night work. So as I anticipated, they'll probably focus a lot of their work on the south side of 1600 North, where it's already been demoed. They'll probably be widening that there on the south side, start constructing that part of it, and then they'll flip all of the construction zone, and then they'll flip it to the north and then move the traffic to the south. That's how I envision it. I don't know exactly if that's going to happen that way, but it makes logical sense to us as designers and engineers. So, this is the heart of the resolution here. Are there any comments, questions, concerns? Please, Brian.
Could we get an estimate from UDOT on, so, you know, we're asking the public to put up with a little bit more inconvenience and or trouble, right? And so if at the same time we can share a commitment that that's the cost increase here, so to speak, but the savings or the benefit would be X amount of quicker timetable to finish the project. Do you have an estimate of how much time this?
It's not a quantified, we don't have a quantified or monetized benefit, but there are definitely a lot of safety benefits. Instead of closing down the road during the daytime, we can close it at nighttime. That avoids congestion and other safety hazards. It also provides enhanced safety for the contractor. In reality, it actually costs the project more to do work at night.
But I mean in time, how much time?
In time, yes, it saves us. I'm not sure if we have an estimate. I guess that probably, it doesn't quite cut it in half. I don't know.
Yeah,
if you have an estimate.
congestion is probably the biggest thing, because if we're gonna run it during the day and we have a certain level of service, right, that we want to provide the public during construction hours, those restrictions are just so much more limited during the day. And so if we can do it at nighttime and we can open that up to let the contractor use more of that real estate, so to speak, right, to do their work, it really quickly decreases the amount of time that they're gonna do that job. We have not put together any estimates on that, just because we're kind of going off the premise that this should work. But it would severely increase the amount of time, or
It's probably not half, but it is,
Yeah.
because they're not as efficient. We put this is basically what we would tell the contractor. We get the benefits of you continuing to do work, but we want you to limit how much of a nuisance you are to the community. And so we put this in the contract, so they have to abide by these requirements.
I mean, again, I'm just coming up with like general quick time. So what is the expected construction time?
So right now, we're looking to be completed with construction in 2026. But actually, Dan and I both just pushed back a meeting by 15 minutes. We're actually in the midst of working with construction experts to help us figure out what the sequencing might be like. So when we send this out to bid to the contractor, we give them a lot of limitations and we kind of punish them, if you will, if they go long. But we leave it for them to decide how to sequence the project. So we try to constrain it, but also give them enough flexibility, because they really know how to construct the project best. So
if construction is a year to year and a half.
Yeah.
Then doing this ordinance to allow construction at night could conceivably save upwards of a year. Or
I would
more
say at least a year.
on construction.
At least a year.
It saves a year's worth of inconvenience in terms of traffic flow on there. And just general, saves a year of all the nuisance that comes from a big project.
And it allows the traffic impacts to be minimized during the day. So if we're doing it during the day, those traffic impacts are gonna be a lot more severe. Because they just have to be, and it's going to take more time. And I would say at least a year, it would increase that amount of time just because we can't limit it as much, but I think you'll say at least a year's time. And it'll minimize those daily traffic impacts. They're not gonna go away. There's just no way that it can, right? But we can limit it to maintain a certain level of service that's at least acceptable. That we can bear with, and we're just trying to minimize the amount of time that we're impacting everybody's lives.
Thank you. That's a big deal. That kind of savings at times is, that's what's worth, I think, considering.
Thanks for getting us there.
Yes. And like Diego said, we are working through, like with Rocky Mountain Power and some other things, placement of noise walls, how we can coordinate, because there's gonna be some noise walls that go underneath the transmission lines on the north side of the road. And so we're trying to coordinate that when they replace some of those lines, that we can be putting those noise walls at the same time. And so if we can coordinate those efforts and minimize that construction time even more, our hope is to be done by the end of 2026. There is a small possibility that it could go into 2027, but that's what we're shooting for. It's a 2-year construction period.
I don't know all the other noisy things you might do. I mean, you gave us a list of the things you won't do. I think the nature of what we're trying to say is it won't be noisy things, real noisy things, okay? Jackhammers, saw cuts, etc. If something else super noisy comes in, do we have the opportunity to come back and say, hey, that should have been on your list of don't do these noisy things?
Go ahead, Dave.
Well, so we tried to list the things that from
That you know of,
experience,
right, yeah.
and these are the typical things. There's still maybe some things that are noisy, but these are the most, the biggest nuances. The challenge is that we're putting this on the contract, for the contractor. If we come in and put a new requirement on the contractor, it'll just cost us.
Okay.
So I guess that's the caveat.
I guess I'm relying on your expertise to say, we got a pretty good list of the noisy, super noisy things.
Super noisy. That is correct.
And some of the things that allows them to, they can still make good progress with night work
Yeah,
without
and then at
using
7
these
AM, we can
things.
start at the noisy things. Or
Yeah, so there's still noise, right?
Yep.
And that's why we're coming to you, because they're gonna be noisy, but we can restrict these things while still allowing the project to move forward effectively.
Thank you. Councilmember McDonald, to maybe answer from the city side of this. The way the resolution is written, the way the exemption is currently written is there really isn't another avenue for us to come back and say, hey, we received these type of complaints. We need you to do this. Now, hopefully we could work with the contractor to maybe make those adjustments, but as the resolution's written, as the exemption's currently written, no, there's not a way necessarily to enforce it.
I think this is a good faith negotiation is what we're having here. I trust that we'll continue that.
And we do have an individual who's a public relations person who will coordinate with the contractor, put out notices to the public, give notices to the city council and Chris and others to try and make sure that as we do traffic switches or as there's certain construction activities, that everybody's made aware of that in advance.
And we should put Chris's cell phone number on that.
Thank you for that, because we will receive, some
Yes.
citizen feedback, and we want to direct them to you, and we may, even though maybe there's not much more we can require, you'll still get requests.
And we would ask that you direct those to him so that he can take those, log them, and we can control them the best we can and coordinate the best we can.
So we have it on public record that we can blame you.
Absolutely.
So we'll also have a designated PIO on this, who will be communicating directly and become Pete's new best friend. And getting information out there to the public throughout the whole construction process. So, yeah, well, can't do that. Yeah. Well, that's all we have to present. If there's nothing else.
When do we approve this? Is this on
It's a
this
consent
evening?
item tonight.
Thank you.
All right.
Any other questions, concerns?
If we could just get rid of the beep, beep, beep backup
Yeah.
sound, and they do flashing lights or
That's,
something.
that's an ocean.
Somebody invent something like a safety shield or something.
Bubble wrap maybe.
Bubble wrap.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we've got item 1.3. EPA Brownfield grant report. Matt Taylor's gonna present that.
Mayor, if I could just do a quick introduction, some time ago, in fact, going back a number of years, we received our first grant from the EPA. We followed that up with another grant where we can help businesses, other entities do different phases of environmental studies on their properties. Matt has run that program for us and done a really good job on it, and it has reached its completion. And so we thought it would be good to have Matt come and let the council know what those efforts were and what was accomplished. All right.
Thank you. So, thanks, Brian, for that introduction. A little bit additional information. The first grant Ryan referred to was a grant that helped us do some planning work for the Geneva Road corridor, and was issued by the Environmental Protection Agency because that corridor has traditionally been an industrial type corridor, especially in the days of Geneva Steel, and looking at ways to redevelop brownfield sites, and we're going to talk a little bit about what that means. The follow-up was an additional grant for, we'll call it for simplicity's sakes, the Brownfield grant, or the 2019 Brownfield grant. It's technically called the Community-Wide Assessment Grant. And we'll do a crash course in a few terms. The EPA loves acronyms and all sorts of special language, and it was quite an education as I was trying to manage this grant to get my head around it all. An Environmental Protection Agency protects human health and the environment by enforcing regulations based on laws passed by Congress. I actually learned they're a federal agency, but they're not an executive branch agency. So a little bit of isolation from the executive branch. A brownfield. What is a brownfield? It's a property that may be difficult to expand, redevelop, or reuse because of actual or suspected environmental pollution. Sometimes just even the public consciousness thinking, oh, there might be a problem there. That might lead people just say, I don't even know if I want to deal with that, right? There's a legend here that something was dumped. So even as a perception of contamination can give it sort of brownfield status. And what did this grant primarily do was help provide environmental site assessments. These are studies that evaluate a property for pollution or environmental hazards, often before it's sold or developed. And usually if financing is required, banks will require this as well. Sometimes as a cash seller, you can bypass or cash buyer, you can bypass having these studies done. When financing is involved, these are often required. There's different phases. I'm thinking about ratcheting up the level of investigation depending on what the first phase results in. If the first phase result examining the property's past and present uses, so they just sort of do this general history of reviewing documentation, property records, historical uses, businesses, doing a window survey of the site to start looking at it. Is there things that would stand out as obvious contaminating type elements associated with the property? And these are the base level assessments that are typically done before any type of real estate purchase contract, or sorry, any type of finance issue or a real estate transaction. If that phase one comes back with, yeah, you know, these are also written by what they call, I have an acronym later. Another acronym, a qualified environmental professional. So these are not just Matt Taylor, Joe Schmo, or anybody else doing these. These are people with real world background and training of these issues. They come back and they say, well, there may be potential for contamination. Meets certain criteria that we think and would recommend a phase 2 assessment. So again, ratcheting up the level of evaluation. At this point, generally, they are doing some soil sampling of suspected areas, never with more than 6 inches down. It's just taking that back to a lab, running various tests on that soil, possible groundwater, and other sources of samples, and seeing what comes back. If those samples, and this is not a full-scale investigation, come back with actual confirmed levels of contamination in different ways, then phase 3 level assessment can be conducted, where they do extensive sampling and testing, going deep, seeing how far and wide contamination may be, not just the soil, but the groundwater, which is really an important issue for us in the valley. You know, we're digging more and more wells. We want to keep that groundwater protected. Remediation. What is remediation? It's the process of cleaning up pollution, typically in accordance with the phase 3 environmental assessment and remediation plan. So a phase 3 plan will not only test everything, they will come up with a plan on how to remediate the contamination. Now, remediation may be leaving it in place. Actually, it doesn't always mean taking it out. In some instances, remediation may be putting a parking lot over it, right? Maybe there's not actual potential for groundwater contamination. We just want to make sure that children don't eat the soil. So parking lot might be a acceptable remediation plan. Another more extenuating circumstances that may call for an actual removal of soils and other contamination, which gets more and more expensive as the need to remediate problems rises. So what did the Brownfield grant do? It provided preliminary assessments for targeted areas. I'll talk about that in a second. It provided phase 1 and phase 2 studies for willing property owners. We didn't go out and say, oh, that one needs a study. No, we try to work with property owners and get them to voluntarily participate in this program. The grant did not cover phase 3 studies. At that point, it would be on the property owner to, or potential property owner to conduct those type of studies and remediation plans. It allowed for asbestos and lead contamination studies in existing buildings. Also provided for market analysis of contaminated properties, examining economic conditions to determine best new uses for previously. Oh, I got some redundancy there. But potential, it may have contamination. What is the best redevelopment scenario considering local laws, the situation on the ground, highest and best use study essentially. And also area-wide studies, and I'll give you an example of that momentarily. So I don't think I finished this list, but there are property owner benefits for participation. These studies can cost, I think, phase 1 can cost anywhere between $5,000 to $10,000. One of our phase 2 studies cost upwards of $45,000 under this grant. So that is a value to our residents of receiving this grant, residents and property owners. I mean, they might not necessarily live here. It helps market those properties because now we have a known issue instead of, oh, the boogeyman, let's put our head in the ground and ignore this issue. Now they have a better idea of how the property can be evaluated, assessed, and marketed. It helps oftentimes clear financing because now the boogeyman, maybe there's no issue at all. We can move forward with life. And this really helps new property owners establish a bright line of liability, like, you know, and old property owners, like, hey, we know it was here before the transaction occurred, and we're not responsible for that. Or no, these things did happen after the transaction occurred, and new property owners responsible for that. So that's just a few benefits, there's more that we can get into. We'd already talked about the history a little bit. We closed out this grant in September, and we spent 98% of the funding, or almost $294,000. What did the funding provide? Well, one, it provided us a qualified environmental professional. We went through our RFP process to secure this professional. We ultimately secured Brownfield Redevelopment Solutions, BRS, and they were fantastic, tremendous resource and assistant to help guide us through every step of this process, making sure we were not only doing high quality or getting high quality reports and evaluations, but also making sure that we administer the grant to the letter for the EPA. So I did a lot of work, but I could pick up the phone anytime and call them and help guide me through the bureaucratic maze. They also assist with public outreach and education efforts, technical grant assistance, the environmental reviews, and the preparation of the grant products. One of the things we did was community workshops and stakeholder group meetings. So part of the grant paid for the consultants to assist in that process. One of the things we did on early was help identify priority focus areas. And in that process, we already mentioned Geneva Road, but State Street also came up as a potential priority area. And so we expanded the study area, provided additional information about specific properties, and generated leads. So as we have these meetings, you know, public, citizens, residents, property owners would come in and help inform the strategy of what properties should we focus on and try and help evaluate. We had a series of initial meetings and then mid-grant meetings to try and generate additional interest. Unfortunately, we launched this right about the time that COVID was underway, and we initially had a little bit of a hard time getting people to participate. And overall, participation was a little difficult. I think as much as we tried to convey the benefit of participation, anecdotally, I feel that many properties just didn't want to know that, or they weren't ready to know, or they were too busy with other things in their lives right now. And so even though there was money available on the table, for various reasons, we missed out hundreds of mailers, and you know, a score of people called us back. So you know, short of door knocking, I think we did a really good effort getting out to the public, trying to notify, trying to let people know. But it was difficult to get people to respond to this program. One of the first things we did, and this is just one map of about 20 maps, is doing just a preliminary evaluation of properties in these target areas on Geneva Road and State Street, and sort of ranking them in a level of high, medium, and low priority. So even going forward, working with the city, whether we're acquiring property or working with our economic development team, we have a much better sense now of where potential problems are. One of the first projects we did end up doing was a city-based project. The city made use of this project for the Farley Orchard, and we conducted phase 1 and 2 surveys prior to construction of the water tank. The great thing is there was no substantial findings. We had some low level pesticide use found, not to be too unexpected, but it was well below EPA regulatory limits for residential use. But this helped assist us in coming up with this finding of no significant impact, and helped assure us that we didn't have issues that we need to mitigate or remediate, or future liability issues. So this became, one of the second projects we held Utah County Housing Authority, which was outside our study priority areas. But for them to clear their financing hurdles by conducting phase one and asbestos-led surveys for them acquiring the Canyon Breeze senior living apartment. So there was a great public benefit here. There was no significant issues found out here. We had a private property owner come forward on 525 South State. It's a veterinary clinic. At least he was struggling with how to proceed in marketing and evaluating the value of his property, and he approached us to participate so he could have additional information how he moved forward with his long-term plans with this site. We did identify in the phase one, there was potential vapor intrusion concerns and some other issues. And so, although we didn't have additional grant funding at this point, he was recommended to do a phase two study to pin that down and get a little more detail on. But this helped him move forward in his decision making. There's a storage facility at 1020 North Geneva Road. We did quite a bit of work with. They had phase one and phase two surveys conducted. It was determined that there was several 55 gallons of unknown contents that needed further evaluation. And so he is recommended to move forward with some specific remediation plans if he redevelops. However, we also worked with him to do a market assessment. What type of highest and best use? And the contamination levels are actually likely under the industrial and retail type levels. So obviously, it'd be more affordable for him to market this for industrial or flex space rather than trying to come to the city. Not only is there a zoning issue, but come to us also with a residential product. 1412 West, 400 North. Again, similar situation. All these examples were property owners that needed additional information to move forward in decision making. And this property owner was also looking at retirement as well as the previous property owner and what do they do as next steps. And because of the salvage operations, there was some contamination found, and so but he was provided a whole list of ways to remediate or contain the current problem so it didn't pose a problem to anyone in the future of how they use the site going forward.
Can they upgrade from industrial, will it help from a market value industrial to warehousing? I keep hearing we need more warehouses and more, but.
Yeah, I think that is probably permitted in the zone, and that's like one of those type of uses where, hey, maybe you don't have to do as much remediation because that could be capped with the warehousing, right? And there's no residential or less component for people to interact with that contamination. And so each of these reports recommend those type of next steps, or so they have better ability to make decisions of how they market and or remediate it. This particular property owner was highly afraid that the feds were going to swoop in and make him do all sorts of things and force him to do, spend $100,000, and that wasn't the case in these studies. Again, these are the information is power. These are ways to help them move forward. So when they finally do sell, it can be done in a way that's helpful for them and the future owner. One thing we as a city took on was use the money to help assess the Union Pacific Rail Spur. It's I don't know exactly where Union Pacific is, but they've had discussions about completely abandoning the spur line. It's completely within Orem City boundaries, although it hugs very closely Vineyard City. And even though it's on the west side of Geneva Road there, it is within Orem City limits. South of Center Street, it fully diverts into Orem City and abuts industrial properties on both sides. If Union Pacific were to actually put that up on the market, or if a willing buyer was to come forward, we would want to know the level of contamination of that rail spur line because of its use as an industrial spur line. This study was not able to specifically sample soils, but they looked at each area and looked at the most likely causes of contamination that would exist and ranked them by segment. So we have a lot more information, especially if we ever enter into a discussion with Union Pacific about possibly acquiring that the city side, whether we were interested in right-of-way acquisition, trail development, or even going as far as making land available for adjacent property owners, and not necessarily maybe in that scenario keeping it, but facilitating a transaction to expand operations for existing property owners. So this study looked preliminarily like what would be the next steps, but it gives us enough information to have meaningful dialogue with decision makers and with Union Pacific on what we would need to do forward to continue any type of discussion on the spur line if we have. And that is the results of this grant. And any questions? Okay, I'm going to be putting together a final website where each of the grant products, phase 1 and 2 reports, the studies are available for our city leaders, the economic development team, and for the public. So we'll send out a link to everyone that's finalized. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Okay. Moving on to item 1.4, another presentation, city council conflict of interest disclosures. This will be John Ditto.
Next. Okay, so this presentation really is going to be for the elected officials, mayor, city council, as well as city recorder. And this last legislative session, the House passed bill HB 80, which dealt with conflict of interest disclosure requirements. What we're going to be discussing today is the annual disclosures that are required for all elected officials. And these specific annual requirements need to be done in January of each year. And so this is January 1st through the 31st. And these disclosures that you've been given here, this disclosure statement is taken directly from the UDOT code. And so these are the requirements that need to be disclosed. And we'll talk about kind of each item and go through it and see if you have any questions. But once these are filled out, then they'll be given to the city reporter and we'll discuss kind of next steps from there. All right, so let's go through this disclosure document. I will just say, just in general, that everything in this document is from the Utah code. So we haven't added anything, we haven't added any requirements. Everything that you see here, including every item, name of the elected official, if I've elected official spouse, other adults residing in the official's household that aren't related by blood or marriage. It may sound odd, but these are all requirements that the state has enacted. So we'll go through the first one. Obviously, the first one is going to be yourself, elected official's current employer. What's the attendant information here, name of the employer, address, description of your employment, job title, occupation. If there's more than one, then we've made space for several, but if you need additional
Excuse me,
items,
John, I think Summer's starting to fill this out, you're gonna give us an electronic copy. I
We are, yeah.
So if you don't wanna handwrite it, you're gonna get an electronic copy.
Yeah, so we'll talk a little bit
Save
about
you a little time.
format.
Get a head start.
We're just so excited to disclose those things, so that's great. So the next is anything that is non-current employer, but which is within the last 1 year, so 365 days. Next is going to be any ownership interest that we have in any entities or businesses also within the last year. Investment interests of
Any
these.
entity or just those located in all?
that in Orem only entity or is that?
These are any entities in which you had an interest in. So any interest that you have, either you were an owner or an officer in the entity that you didn't list above, but is also within the last year.
Is there
This is-
percentage ownership?
Yeah, if you're involved in a private equity fund or own stock and you're a small owner, you gotta list all this?
Well, and stock is listed a little bit later. It does list ownership in the other statute that, so there's two types of disclosures. One is the annual disclosure, and then the other is the disclosure that you need to make when you're elected. And that threshold is 5%.
Okay, and what is this threshold, do we know?
And I would assume that that's the same, because there's nothing that's different, but we can drill down and make sure that that's the same.
So if you own, you're saying if you own 5% or more of a company or an entity, then you're supposed to put it on there?
Yep. Or are an officer. Yep.
You're gonna need an electronic copy.
Next is gonna be the investment interests. So specifically, these are, if it's fair market value of $5,000 or more in stocks or bonds, excluding, of course, things like mutual funds, blind trusts, things that are managed outside of your control.
We just give you a copy of a balance sheet. Doing this whole, I mean, it's like.
That, well,
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
essentially what, no.
Why not?
Not essentially what you're
Right.
doing, but it
I mean,
is.
in some aspects, I think you give your balance sheet, obviously, you're gonna wanna retain some privacy there on that balance sheet, but if it's easier for you to provide a balance sheet that way, then
And this is a public forum?
this is a public
It is.
forum.
Oh, that's fine.
And, it's, HB 80 changed a lot of the disclosures here. And so again, some things to be aware of. This is going to be posted on the city's website where it will remain while you're in office. There will also be a link provided to the Lieutenant Governor's office, and they have a website where it will link to our site. So, like I said, if you feel it better about providing a balance sheet, just make sure that you're only providing the information that you're required to. You're gonna wanna retain some privacy here. But there is a substantial amount of disclosure that is now required.
And of course, the amounts of, the value or things like that, you're not putting, you're just putting
That you have
exactly
an ownership
the
interest.
entity, the nature of business activity, those kinds of things.
Seems like a really bad idea.
Write your local legislators.
You what?
It excludes funds managed by a third party.
Yes, so if you have, I don't know if any of you have a blind trust, but if you have anything in a mutual fund or anything that's run by a third party and you don't really control, the third party's controlling it. So I would assume, and I'm not gonna say assume, anything, if I was in your situation and I have my retirement account and it's being managed by Mission Square, right? And they're managing that for me, even though I do have some control, but they're really managing the day-to-day, I would not be reporting that on this form.
You would, even though you're picking the positions that you're owning in there?
Yes, because again, it's being managed by a third party. Now, I would draw the line, I also have my own other account on Robinhood and the accounts, the stocks that I'm buying there, I would be the one that's managing the day-to-day, and I think anything over 5,000 in a particular stock, you'd be required to to disclose. There's a line that I don't think makes a lot of sense in some of this, but that's the line they've drawn.
Seeing, I mean, since I own an investment firm, I look into it, be managing everything,
Yes,
right?
No, your entity's separate. That's your business. I can't
Yeah, but
see
he has
that
an
as,
ownership in it.
I get it,
Well,
but that's.
but I actually don't,
He-
because it's
Oh,
all in trusts.
There you go,
Yeah.
you said.
So maybe I don't own anything,
You
maybe I just have a credit card.
and we'll also make ourselves available. If you have particular questions, we'll make ourselves available to help
Yeah, this is
answer.
a simple little thing, it's just turning into a nightmare.
Yes,
I think it
And when's
should
it-
instead
It's
be more
due this
concerned
month.
with
it's due by the end of the month to Teresa.
donations and kickbacks are the problem in our government. I'm sorry, this is not the problem. So that's what the legislature should have written.
Yeah, every investor.
That's all we'll have to talk.
Yes,
The legislature should also hold themselves to this standard, but they don't.
Oh, is that right? Do they not have to fill this out?
so there is a conflict of interest disclosure they also have to make. They've made this applicable to state boards, state agencies, local government, county government officials. So another point is, if you're involved in the Utah Lake Authority Commission, if you have a seat on that board, make sure they have access to your site, make sure you're communicating through that administrator and clerk. Because you also have that obligation to make the same conflict of disclosure form for that board. But rather than making you do it twice, there's a way that we can just have that clerk linked to Teresa's website. Okay,
Are any of us officers at Utah League of City and Towns or just members?
not Utah League,
Utah
the
Lake.
Utah Lake
I'm on
Authority.
that.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I misunderstood.
Did I misspeak?
No, you probably said it right.
I
I just defaulted to Utah League. Thank you.
So,
got nothing, so I got no problems. I'm poor.
Nice guns.
What's that?
Nice guns.
Nice guns, there you go.
The next section, other
Does anybody-
income, so this is going to be any individual or entity that you've received $5,000 or more. Now, if you own a business or you have some kind of a professional licensure entity, then you wouldn't be listing a list of your clients that gave you $5,000 or more, you would just be listing that entity for that business.
Within the last 365 days?
correct. Again, the example that I would use is if I were in your shoes and I managed my own law firm, rather than listing every one of my clients individually, I would list the law firm.
It's about a year income.
Correct. Because we're not trying to drill down to who's everybody's clients are. I think that's invasive of your privacy, and the statute does not require you to do that.
Just who you're affiliated with, and then if there's a question, they audit that, if that person gets audited, whatever.
Other conflict things I saw, it's with, do you own interest in an entity that does business with the group you're doing business with? Which makes sense, right? If I owned XYZ Construction and they're tearing up 1600 North, I think I should disclose that.
Yes.
But if I own XYZ Construction, they're not doing any business in Orem, this seems pretty strange to me.
Councilmember McDonald, I don't disagree.
You say amen and hallelujah, but tough one.
Yeah,
My
because
cause
there's,
is just, but you can do nothing for me, I've heard that before.
that is correct. Because we already had a prior disclosure that if you conducted business or had a business
Yeah,
interest
we
in
disclose that.
with a business that was going to do business with the city, you would make that disclosure. But this is asking for something above and beyond that.
This one's your whole life story, theoretically.
Correct.
For the last year,
Yes, for the previous 365 days.
365 days, this is your ownership.
And we would put the city of Orem as one of our
Employers.
Right. Only if we paid you over $5,000. I don't know.
You'd think they'd figure that
It's
out.
close. It's not $49.99. It's really gonna encourage businessmen to run for council.
Very much so.
Yeah. But the last one for yourselves is going to be entity leadership positions. So if you have any either paid leadership position or paid or non-paid board of directors positions in any entity, then you disclose that again within the last year.
Paid or non-paid.
Paid or non-paid for board of directors.
So if we sit on a board of directors with some of our commission assignments.
No, that's different, isn't it, if it's a city assignment?
Well, if it's like utopia.
I'm gonna parse here a little bit. It says, if you sit on a board of directors position, whether you are paid or non-paid, you are to list it.
Board of directors versus trustees?
It says specifically
Specifically
board of directors.
None of us are on board of directors in our city assignments.
Is your utopia thing a board of
I
directors?
feel like it is.
I think it is,
Are you a voting member?
Yes.
yes.
So you have.
I was.
I don't have to.
Well, you're not on it.
Oh,
He has to, I will next year.
This is for.
For current,
Previous 365
Previous.
days. What do we call the sleepy range board? But that's not really what it's saying, we're board of directors.
But then,
Do you know, maybe.
super rich.
Bryce is gonna look.
There's difference
Officer.
between board of directors and advisory board.
So we'll assume it comes Jake, and Jake didn't help fill it out.
I'll take the board.
So beyond your own disclosures, you're also gonna be disclosing, so your spouse's employment, your current spouse's employment, as well as your spouse's employment within last year as well. And then the other one, the last one, I should say, affiliated adult employment. This is someone, kind of an odd carve out, but it's someone that lives in your household, not related by blood or marriage. So if that does apply, then you would fill out that section. And then there are optional disclosures if you haven't got your fill of disclosures and you just want to do more. Then there's some optional disclosures as well. I think those relate to real property or other matters of potential conflict.
I think they're gonna talk disclose that.
So that is the form. So once you've filled out the form and.
Who are the sponsors of this bill?
They were Paul Cutler and Jerry Stevenson,
Exactly.
so you can have a word with them.
And it passed last year.
It did.
Yeah.
How is that not on our radar as from ULCT?
I can't speak to that. I don't.
Yeah, they didn't even brought it up.
Never.
No. Wow. So once this is filled out, we will be sending an electronic copy. Pete Wolfley and his crew are going to edify it, as they say.
When is this due?
It's due the 31st of January,
Of January?
2 weeks.
couple weeks.
Oh, when are you sending us an electronic copy?
Ideally tomorrow. We're gonna send our digital copy to Pete. His team will edify it, make it electronic billable form. We're trying to make this as easy as we can for you. Part of the reason we're also delayed in making this presentation is we've been waiting for. The representation was the Lieutenant Governor's office was going to be preparing the form. And be carrying the oar here as far as getting everything prepared. We made calls in December to the Lieutenant Governor's office, to the elections office saying, hey, we're anticipating a form, where's the form? We need to get our council educated on it. And then after the holidays, we just started creating our own form and getting ready so we could make this available to you as quick as we can.
I'm guessing other cities won't be as proactive as you've been.
Yeah, so just last week, I think Teresa
They
amongst.
are.
Okay.
They've been sending me emails for the last 2 weeks telling me to get my website up. So they already have our link. They're just waiting for me to drop the files onto the link. So you could probably go onto the state website right now, find Orem, there would be the page that we put it on. There wouldn't be anything there yet, but we talked about it pretty in depth in our last meeting with the other recorders. So they're pushing it pretty hard, and they did finally get a form out. I gave one to Jason.
And we've reviewed their form.
Saturday.
And it's pretty duplicative, and so we've again tried to make it in a form that's not gonna require you to fill out the same information in multiple places.
And have you compared this form to the law?
Yes,
And you're pretty confident that you've interpreted that correctly?
we've done it with a fine tooth comb and comparing it to their forms to make sure that we're not making you over report, and we're also making sure that you report what is necessary, so you're in compliance.
And what's the enforcement?
That's
That
two slides.
is-
Oh, 2 slides, okay.
Next slide. Great question. So why do we have to do this? What if we don't wanna do it? So it is a class B misdemeanor to violate this section. So, there's that fun piece.
And thankfully, our office does not need to prosecute you.
That's a civil fine. The misdemeanor would be a criminal fine. So, which
That's
would
the
carry its own
issue.
tax.
Civil and criminal. The president is a felon, so.
But wait, so we do, our city recorder,
So the city recorder is required to make any violation reports to the Attorney General's office
okay,
for that enforcement.
we are self-reporting.
Jake's gonna make sure you guys get your paperwork done.
That is our goal, is to try to make it as painless as possible for you, so everybody's in compliance.
Yeah, so next steps, like I said, we'll be sending out an electronic copy. Please let Jake or I know if you do have any questions, we can help you with any specific questions that you have. We just need to make sure that this is in Teresa's hands by the 31st.
Okay.
Okay, any other general questions on this disclosure form
Anybody open
requirements?
to bill file to correct this in any way, or adjust this?
Not that I'm aware of yet. I'm sure after this first reporting cycle, there probably will be.
Everybody's just finding out about it.
Yes.
Yeah, I have no problem with this, but I think you should grammar request it. I don't think it should be put out there publicly for scammers to know stuff about me.
Yeah.
It just,
As we went through
opens
this-
me up to more
Correct.
identity theft and scammers.
There were some concerns I had.
And I have
both on-
nothing.
Yes, on the
actually.
digital side as well as the physical security side. I mean, you're giving out a lot of information about where you are, where your family will be, et cetera, et cetera. And in today's day and age, I have just physical security issues as well as the digital security issues
We
here.
have the
Can we
option to sue them,
absolutely
cancel.
Can we challenge?
I think we
I think those are valid concerns.
No, they're way valid concerns.
Yeah, I think we, can we,
Yeah.
What can we do?
I don't know if there's anything we can do right now on the reporting cycle. I think we're
So-
too far behind the eight ball. But I think definitely speaking again with the
Injunction,
bill sponsors from
Yes.
last year is to see if we can get an amendment or some changes to this.
or seek a legal injunction to hold off until it's litigated.
Yeah,
Sue them.
that's what happened on the federal side, just right now it's happening.
Yeah.
There's all the boards and commissions, they got some gigantic federal database, they're forcing everyone to put the information in, or that got an injunction, it's on hold.
can you represent us on that?
I can talk with Steve and see what we can do.
I don't mind providing like just that when it should be grammar, but it should be publicly available for everyone to have these.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's where I am.
It just doesn't make sense that it needs to be public.
This could also be a good thing to, talk to individual legislators about, so.
It's HB8.
Contact some of
Yes,
those.
HB8.
I mean, why am I so careful on social media, right? And then to have this out there, right?
Yeah,
Stalkers, whatever, they'll know, yeah.
yeah, it's not.
I think there's different.
Yeah, it's a mess.
That's right.
Yeah.
Correct.
Makes no sense.
Thanks, guys.
Wow, thank you, the mayor.
I know, I'm the most popular man.
The only good news I heard out of that is that apparently to pedify something is now a legal term.
Yeah.
Thanks, Doug.
Previous years it was.
They wanted you to.
These are our proposed changes. For the state.
We live it by blood.
This is what they were here to discuss. If they're approved in any way, they can go to
We came up with these.
Okay. We're gonna move on to item 1.5. secure tax policy change recommendations. And Brandon's gonna direct us to that.
Thank you, Mayor. So, as Lee was alluding to, I believe, as a care commission at the end of our last year, we had a discussion and kind of prompted some of these changes to discuss, obviously, with the group and to get your general approval of, and then I believe they would, because they're procedure and policy based. They're not necessarily ordinance based. So this, I don't think we were gonna be bringing anything else forward. It would be your general approval here to do that. So, yeah. So to start with, we talked about changing our schedule, just to make you aware. So in the past, we've been meeting with the care applicants and having meetings where they present their information, and those have been occurring in April. Well, as you can imagine, April's not a good month for Trevor and I in the budget round. So, and not only that, but you have spring break and you have a lot of people traveling in April. It's just a good month in many instances, right? You have ULCT and ICMA, so for Councilman Lamson and Councilman Spencer, that's problematic as well. So that limits a lot of the time frame we have in April between all of those things. So we thought, why not? And on top of that, the approval stuff that we do is too late, generally speaking, to get into the actual budget. So it makes that piece difficult as well. So we thought, well, if we can push the schedule up so that by February, the applicants have submitted, we have our meetings in March, we have the conclusion, we come to you here in a work session and then obviously approve those. That's all done in March so that we can then put that exact information that's been approved into the actual tentative budget. So that was the plan going forward with by moving all of that up basically by 1 month. Any particular issues that you might think of?
You've notified all the potential former and just let the public know if they have the desire to apply.
Yeah, we're working with Pete's team we're actively notifying them, and we've been in contact with all of our recipients for the past 5 months, making sure they're all aware of it.
I would assume that would be the case, because
A good question. Second, the current thresholds for our 3 categories of grants on the left, those categories have been there since the beginning, 18 years ago. So we felt like it actually became time that we should update those thresholds for each of those particular grants, not only from an inflationary standpoint, but we had several entities who I know that have been very popular with us, and to push them into a major grant category provides some difficulties based on our current policies in relation to major grants. So we thought, well, between those 2 things together, we should probably push that threshold up so that we have the opportunity to award those higher grant amounts to, whoever those grantees are that we might feel that are we feel good about giving them that extra amount of money now without having to go through jumping the hoops for a major grant. So
This was a direct request from our advisory commission from our volunteers, because they wanted to give more to 2 specific groups.
just more flexibility. Any questions or concerns about that particular element?
So since it started like 18 years ago, not that many, and do those still apply as far as?
We'll have a discussion about that
Like,
as well. So this is how it currently reads, if I remember, right? Yeah, so this is how it currently reads. You can see that mini and mid, they provide us with information. They provide us with satisfactory official audit or review then for the most recent fiscal and calendar year, then we can go ahead and pay them out the money when they are awarded the grant. Otherwise, they fall into the second category, which is a reimbursement type situation where they have to actually spend the money first and then submit their documentation of the event and those costs to us, and then we will pay them. As you can imagine, with a lot of these organizations, they don't have a lot of money necessarily, so to do a reimbursement grant is hard in many cases because they're relying on that money to hold their event. So that's kind of an important element in relation to that. And so we would like to change that so that it reads, which we started actually last year. We're just making now procedure follow it, which is if you've been a grantee in the past year and you've shown satisfactory completion of the requirements, then the next year, if you're awarded a grant, you're automatically qualified to receive that grant award upfront. So, because we have some confidence in you that you're gonna do those things, right? In order to qualify. The reimbursement part, just so you're aware, if you may not be aware, the reimbursement part came in because we had one or two grant holders who did not do what they were supposed to with the grant money. They never held the event, and obviously we'd already paid them. It became very difficult to get the money back from them.
In fact, we didn't get the money back.
From one of them, we didn't get the money back, that's correct. So we want to at least have a balance between not having that kind of a situation occur and having some efficiencies, right? And if you've proven to us, so to speak, we'll reward you for that, in essence, right? And of course, they still potentially, if they were to go have if they have an actual audit or review, we would still accept those as well as part of this. This just gives them another avenue to be able to get they advance the grant. Any questions on any of that?
There was a time when it seemed like we would have a lot of money that wasn't used, that we hadn't dispersed.
Right.
Because of the reimbursement process. That's just a good policy.
Yes. Okay, so now somewhat to the mayor's question. First off, things have changed such that mid and mini, there are no differences between those two from a requirement standpoint.
Just for the amount they're asking.
Just for the amount they're asking. So number one, do we still feel like there should be a differentiation between those two groups? So that's the first question. Second question, which a couple of our organizations have asked us about is, how do I get considered to become a major grant holder? How do I go about that effort? Is it purely come to the meetings that we have and express my love to be a major grantee? Or is there some other avenue by which they can do that? And the only reason I bring this up is, number one, because they're talking about that with us, and we don't have a really good answer other than that, other than to come present and convince everybody there that you should be a major grant holder. And then how does that consideration go forward? Because right now, if you are a major grant awardee, you don't have to come to a meeting. You are just considered part of that group. And then you as a whole, when we have the work session, determine what amount you feel each of those major grant holders should receive.
Because they're vetted by the city council, not by our citizen committee.
Not by the subcommittee, correct.
Which makes sense based on the dollar amounts.
Right. So, and the fact, I realize Sarah is, our major, right? But how does, if we're a city who wants a broad perspective of different arts, how do you bring other art organizations into that mix and help them grow to broaden more than just the city? So that's where that thought comes from, is what process do we go through to do that? And we're struggling with exactly what method we should be using to do that, without stepping on anybody's toes or offending them.
Are you
thoughts?
asking that question?
I am.
So my personal opinion, I served on the Care Tax Commission, so I saw a lot of these presentations, and the biggest touch point for me was the impact in our community. How much do you contribute? How many touches do you have to people either who are, the choral singers or the people attending the concert? How many events do you hold? What's your count? What are real data, right? Yeah.
So most certainly. So when they come, is their only avenue then to come to those subcommittee meetings? And Councilman Spencer and Councilman Lamson determine whether that is qualifying, if they provide all of that information. Are they the only avenue by which a recommendation is brought forward to you as a whole?
It seemed like we also looked at income statements or financial statements.
So correct, if they're gonna be a
How big
major
of an
grant holder,
entity they
they now
were.
have to meet the requirements of what a major grant holder, but obviously if they're already doing that, already have an audit, already have a review, then that's not something that they need to worry about, right, because they're already doing it.
Right, I guess the other thing was located in Orem.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the things we used to do, Jeff, right? What were some of the?
Yeah, there's the care policy has the detailed list of what qualifies a group to be major, and it's we have a few groups that are qualified and would like to be considered for the major, but we just don't know how to get that in front of them. There's part of the article of incorporation in their 501c3, you have to be dedicated to like 8 different categories, and you have to have a footprint in Orem, and it spells it out. And so we have groups that have come and said, look, I meet all these requirements. So we're just that's where we're at, but it spells it out in that policy.
And I think our honestly, this is me speaking, but our main major affiliate that is the CIRA.
Right.
I'm not interested in diminishing their award. Yeah. I'm open to other, it's just like the ballet, right? They were a major, but we gave them 30,000. So I guess we have a partnership with the CIRA. We have to have someone move to Orem just to get our care tax monies, I feel like there has to be a history, there has to be data that shows their contribution to our community, or they're including future. I feel like when, I just don't want someone moving here, buying a building and then saying, hey, I'm in Orem, I want to be a major and compete with that.
So,
How do
can I throw something out there? So Mad Hat Theater comes to town, builds a building, they run their operations for 2 years, and then they come to you and say, how do we bring them in front of you to determine whether they now qualify as a major grant?
I think in the past, the Sarah, the ballet, whatever, they came and they did present to the city council in a study session.
They used
So it was
to, yes.
separate. So maybe we need to bring that back, if there's new people or what, but I still think our number one priority is the Sarah, period. And the piece of the pie is this big, right?
For sure.
So you're cutting down the mini or the majors or what, or the small and the minis, or the medium ones, you're gonna cut that down, so people aren't gonna get as much as they want, but because the pie only goes it's only so big. So, I think that's the statement. If you wanna be a major, you can come and present, but you might get your $5,000 like you had before. I don't know.
Right, and you've maybe hit on a point, is if you're willing, if we have somebody who wants to be a major grant holder, can we have them come before you during the work session to appeal to you to become that? You still obviously have the full right to be able to say as a group, yeah, we still don't think you're there, or no, we liked the recommendation. Because what we hate to have them do necessarily is come to a subcommittee and then also then have to come together. But maybe that's the pain of having to
That's
do
the
that.
pain point, they have
Right.
to do it.
So I would agree with you in that sense.
It might be too that maybe Jeff and I would, and the citizens committee would say, hey, no, it doesn't really.
Yeah, we can do the vetting.
Yeah, we can vet it, and then if we say, hey, it looks good, we'll bring it forward to council, then they can present. If not, try next year.
So do you think, because what I hear Brandon saying is, the system's 18 years old, right? And it hasn't been adjusted for inflation. If you just simply throw.
The dollars.
Yeah, the dollars out there. And so if you just simply adjust for inflation, it's gonna be a piece triple, whatever your numbers are right now. But I don't know that we wanna go there because this seems to be working okay. But then at the same time, a big part of this care is to promote art through our community. And Sarah does a great job of doing that, and we fully support them. But are there other groups that, should be in the mix and should be considered and should have an opportunity to have access to this care money? And so I think you're asking a lot of really good questions. I don't know, Carrie, is this something that strategies and innovation team could be a piece of, to really gather some data, talk to all the different stakeholders and try and figure out what might be a look for the future?
And if we want to, and I'm just, because I bleed Sarah, so if we want to protect the Sarah because of what partnerships, you're saying you need to define that more specifically. You want us to define that more specifically as far as their piece of the pie?
Well, you could even create a different category for that.
You could.
Okay.
I mean, you could say, you're gonna get no less than some percentage of
Okay.
the remaining amount, right? Cause obviously we're, at the point when we're doing these, we're guessing as to what our care grant tax money is going to be by year end.
Okay.
So to Jeff's point, a lot of the times, not only do we have some mid-major grant holders not take advantage of their grant award, but we also, in many years past, we've also received more sales tax dollars than we thought we were going to. So there's an opportunity then for, if we're setting that SIRA number, there's an opportunity not only potentially for others to take part in anything above that, any excess amount, but potentially also SIRA to take advantage of that excess amount.
But they can only get 35% of their operating.
And they may be limited, right? So to that point exactly, why not then allow the opportunity potentially of some other grantee to come into the major category, as long as, from what I'm hearing, right, as long as it does not impact SIRA.
Well, and as long as we meet the mission of expanding the arts throughout our community and optimizing it, right?
I mean, I think it would have to be something pretty special. That we would all say, oh, wow, let's do this.
Yeah, because what's different than what the SIRA offers, right? What?
We're just, obviously, we're the delivery people here.
That's the thing, we don't know what's going to be presented.
We don't know what we don't know, yeah.
Yeah, and so yeah, you're looking down the road.
And our sales tax are flat.
They are.
So we just talked about the retreat, so it's not going up like it used during COVID, it's not going up, it's most likely flat or going down, so that's another thing, so we have to definitely protect the SARA in moving forward, so.
So Brendan, maybe suffice it to say, let's try to further define what it means to be a major. We're not gonna be able to figure it all out now, and we probably need to come back next, maybe in another meeting, but it wouldn't take effect probably till the next year.
Yeah.
The other thing I might add is, our legal department has become more familiar in recent months with the 1984 agreement with the SIRA that still exists, and we've been reviewing that as we've been trying to develop a new written documented partnership for the exclusive use of Family City USA and getting that trademarked and everything. And so there are aspects to that 1984 agreement that we're gonna probably wanna go and double check and make sure we're not in contradiction to that agreement as well, and make sure that this definition doesn't contradict that.
Well, I think too, on the 35% operating expenses, that is for everybody in the major category. It's not just the Sarah, so it's everybody, unless we want to raise the percentage higher. You know, if, so.
That's kind of one of my points is the major category, what was it, 15 grand?
The major
The major
category is
category.
anything over 15,000.
I mean, so that doesn't even make any sense with anything that's going on. I mean, the service is way more than 15 grand,
Correct.
so this whole thing, I think, needs to be looked at, you know, as far as just how it works.
I just want to make sure we protect the Sarah, because that's,
Mega major.
That's our-
And we can absolutely do that.
Well, what I might propose is, so we talked about mid-major and the minor mini. There's not really a distinction between those anymore as far as what they have to do, the requirements for each one. So potentially,
We could just have one.
redefine mid-major. So we consider anything below 15,000 a mini here today. And then we look at what could we do with that mid-major category and redefining what that means.
Right.
As part of a discussion about, like, you just said major, but major, right?
Yeah.
So does that sound like maybe that would be okay at least to move forward with now? As far as the change, we can remove this category and just call anything below 15,000 lower, a mini?
it's fine.
And then we'll get with our strategy and innovations team and legal and try to work out something else in relation
But
to.
yeah, I would bring in them, but I would also bring in people, you know, Dave, Jeff, and they people who've had
Oh, for
experience on that. You know, that would give their input to that group too.
Of course. Okay, that's.
Cause here's the thing, when I first was on, I was on the commission as a resident, right? And we didn't have a mid. So we
Correct.
added the mid, I don't know, 10 years ago, when did we do that? So now it's interesting that we're saying, well, let's just,
So the mid category, we invented
Yeah.
it so that we could
could
raise
go.
the threshold.
yeah,
They did have different requirements. They had to have a review at a minimum, if not an audit. So that was becoming very difficult for most of these organizations, even at that mid-level, to be able to do that.
okay.
And so we kind of removed that in discussions in previous not with you guys in particular, but in other meetings.
It kept going to the same people, cause they didn't have a problem with the audit, and some of the others could have had the additional money, but they were having problems with those other requirements.
So it's not so much the ones that are up there as the ones that are at the bottom that would like to get more, that we, the commission really wanted to give more money to, but they would have a really hard time meeting that requirement.
Yeah, I like this.
So, anyway,
I'm fine with it.
everybody good with that? Sounds good? Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. And that's all I've got.
Thank you, Brandon. Okay. Next up, we got item 1.6. Gold Star Monument. And he's gonna put that.
You didn't have any slides, I think you did. And we just wanted to give you a quick update where we stand going into the new year with the Gold Star Monument. So Heather's gonna talk a little bit about where we're at as far as fundraising, and then as well as construction, and then I have something to share as well.
We are sitting at about $52,000 raised so far. We work with the Woody Woodlands Foundation, who owns the art rights to the actual monument itself. And we're going through them to order the monument and get it placed and everything. They sent us a quote. They reached out to several companies to get bids. They chose the lowest bidder and received that quote Friday. So the monument itself comes in at about $49,700, and the etching is around $1,500. So we have enough money to pay for the monument itself. Of course, we don't have enough for the plaza and the surrounding area. But we signed that quote today, Brent signed that quote today. So they're going to send us an invoice and we can then put in the order this week. It will take about 6 months to get here because it is black granite from India. But that process will be started this week and get the we're ready.
On the fundraising side, we've done a couple of things reaching out to businesses, grassroots campaigns, and we've had some success recently. The next thing we want to try is we've drafted a letter that maybe we could have the city council send out on the official letterhead to, associates, friends, family, people who you think might be interested. So just let us know. This is the letter, you can, see if there's anything you want to change about it. But we feel like we could have some success with that. We're just trying basically every different angle to get what we can for this important monument here in our community.
What were you trying to get up to?
We wanted, ideally 250.
All right. You said 52 or 62?
250, 250.
But you said we're at 52 or 62?
We're at 52, yeah.
Yes.
5%.
You haven't purchased the granite and the etching.
Which is huge, that's a huge milestone.
Yeah.
But with these letters, if you want to send us a list of people to send it out to on your behalf, we're happy to print it on this nice stationery, mail it from the city accounts, and get it in the hands of the people that you think might be able to help us out.
And after we do these disclosures, we'll know who has all the money.
I don't know how much. Right?
That's correct.
I get that. And again, we want to make it sure, you like the messaging here, because one thing we want to do too is, as we've sent them out to different entities that work with the city, it would be nice to have it, with all of your signatures all together and essentially making the request all together.
We should be able to get some of our major retail to get involved too.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you by chance have a mock-up of a donor wall that could go with the letter to show?
Yes, and in the letter, it references some architectural renderings, and we'll include that in, we'll make a little brochure and packet.
And it's not on the monument. The donor wall is
No,
different.
the donor wall is facing south, away from, and it is outside of so you can see the backside of it. You don't want to take away from the monument, so the names on the donor wall will not be facing the monument. And I'm glad you brought that up because the donor wall, that granite we have not purchased yet. Trying to get it donated, but we'll see.
So there's not a wall that says, this monument brought to you by.
Yeah, not as you walk in, yeah.
It'll be very tastefully done.
Right.
So maybe you can do one more, like follow up with the council in a few days and just make extra sure there aren't any suggestions for changes or adjustments, and then barring that, we can move forward.
Why don't you assign us? Why don't you tell each council member to do 10 of their friends?
And 10 addresses.
Kind of just
A chain letter.
Or a dollar bill.
No, the last little round that we did with businesses was really successful. It was like a 10-minute email that we sent people together and brought in 600 votes. Yeah, so it's pretty good. So we're hoping to maybe get something along the same lines with this letter campaign.
Pete and Heather, Councilman Chris Kilpatrick makes a good point too. We would love to hear from you suggestions of who we should reach out to as well.
Okay, assignment of 10.
Looks like on both sides of me then.
And what we were trying to talk about, as I was mentioning, is do we have any, for example, do we have some friends who are leaders in the Utah National Guard? Do we have people that actually have funds and this is their passion, it's their livelihood? Would they be willing to?
Yeah, and the idea I think for this is that, it would have more impact coming from council members rather than me, someone just, they don't know. So yeah, if anyone like that would be ideal.
Like the liaison for the LDS church that we just spoke at our memorial service. I mean, there's
Oh,
people
yeah,
that,
that's a great idea.
there's people that are in the know because that's their career. And if we just tap into some, that would give us a list and would go from 50,000 to 500,000.
That would be ideal.
Yeah, right.
And they have those connections.
Yeah, they do.
They really do.
Yeah.
But not to reiterate this, but I think if you assign us each at least 10 names, and then that kind of gives you a proactive place to go with getting the names, gathering the names from us.
The referrals.
Yeah, and I think if we just took a step back and said, okay, who do I know that, might want to make a donation, who might have an interest in this? I think we can all come up with people that would fit that category. I don't know if they give, 1, 5 or 10,000 or whatever.
Yeah.
But I think a targeted thing like that could be pretty effective.
Yeah, and we have little, rewards or thank yous at each level. So even if someone gives $5, they get a sticker that says, I support the Gold Star Family Monument. And it's $1,000 to get your name on the wall. So hopefully, there's businesses to get on your names.
So you're saying that there would be a letter sent out with all of our names on it, United. But we would use that same letter, but we would maybe tap our own personal connection list as well.
Yes,
As what's being sent out.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No, I like that.
Both. And then people would keep track and make sure we all.
We'll have a spreadsheet and a leaderboard and everything.
Ooh, I think that's all.
March Madness.
Who's gonna win?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks. Okay, we've only got a couple more things, so I think maybe we'll just kind of blitz through these things and then we'll start dinner if that's okay. Good with that? Okay, so Lene, are you reporting on your commission?
Oh gosh, I forgot all about that. Sure.
I mean, we can defer you if you want.
If you would defer me, that would be great.
I mean, because we expect videos and all that.
And I aim to please.
Okay, so we'll defer you.
Okay.
So Teresa, can you just read
Yeah,
that?
I'll just put her on the 20.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks. All right, we'll just go over the agenda real quick. So-
And I'll just say, I was waiting to see what the commissions would be, no, I wouldn't.
Well said.
At our retreat, no.
Okay, 6 P.M. regular session, call to order. Item 5, on location, we've got Dave Loser, still back. You'll introduce someone present, actually no Dave Laser. So. Yeah, I can tell some pretty funny stories about Dave Laser. Yeah. I don't think you appreciate it, but it'd be humorous. Okay, and then we've got mayor's report, items preferred by the council. Item 7.1, emergency preparedness and city drill or report. Item 7.2, presentation, ULCT legislative priorities. Item 7.3, oath of office, community development director, Karen again. 7.4, award lifetime achievement, Jim Yeoman.
Mayor, on that one, if you don't mind noting to invite Paul Ashton up, he's our chief building official. He will introduce, kind of tell you about that award that Jim received.
Okay. Paul Ashton.
Yeah, Paul Ashton, chief building official.
And Mayor, just thinking in terms of kind of managing these, the Carson Eilers with ULCT, he'll be presenting via Zoom. And if there's a desire to have a little bit of Q&A there, then maybe we put that one to 7.4 rather than 7.2.
Okay. Okay. We're changing all of them then, right?
Yeah, so then 7.3 would be 7.2 and 7.4 would be 7.3.
Okay. All right, and this lifetime achievement award, Brian, this is something the city's giving or something you received
It's
somewhere
something
else?
he's already received, we're just here to.
From like a national organization?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we've got number 8, personal appearances. Number 9, consent items. We've got approval of meeting minutes. Appointments, forum events advisory commission. That's and I can't see. Krista Tay, Tammy Burgess, Ashley Shumway, and Rodney Gardner. Then we got item 9.3, reappointment planning commission, Madeline Coleman. And then item 9.4, resolution 1600 North nighttime construction exemption. We got item 10, scheduled items, a public hearing ordinance amending current fiscal year 2024-2025 budget with Brandon. And item 11, financial information, which we skipped. I don't know why we have to say that. And then anything from Brandon, city manager, and then we'll adjourn to a closed session. So whoever makes the motion on that.
Mayor, are we gonna move to table 9.3 in here or in there?
I think we're gonna do it in there. Okay. There's no conversation about it.
So how do we do that? Take it out of the consent items?
So yeah, so you would just move it out of the consent item and put it on the scheduled items.
I think I would read through it and then someone would make a motion to table that item. And have a conversation about tabling that item. And then, like I said, we're gonna adjourn to a closed session to discuss pending litigation.
And again, we have to say that exact thing.
Correct.
If we're not discussing people or whatever the language we use when we use that, it's just to discuss this.
Correct, it's just for the pending litigation that we need to present for a strategy session.
We have like 3 things we can do closed session for, right?
So there's 3 basic ones that we always use, the character and competence of an individual, litigation, and then usually purchase and acquisition of property.
Okay. All right, any questions? Okay, we'll adjourn this meeting. Can we have a volunteer to bless the food?
All good. Father in heaven, we're grateful for this evening and the time together and for the things that we want to discuss and learn about, and grateful for this wonderful executive staff and all of the staff and the work that you do. We're grateful for this food, Father. We pray that thou would bless it, that it will be nourishing and strengthening to our bodies. We pray that we might use that strength to do good. We pray that thou would bless us with thy spirit in all that we do. We thank thee for, again, for this meeting. Say these things in the name of Jesus Christ.
Amen.
I'll talk to Steve as well. Perhaps, Jen. So that's why we, let's just all might be trying to. Speak with some other students. Stay. But I want to do the. Yes.
1, 2, 1, 2. This is mine's.
Test. It's working.
I just buy that third chair and the recorder stood by the first chair. Thumbs up. Maybe true. We just did that.
Test.
Right there. It worked. It was right there. Yeah. Just. Welcome. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, they should have got it.
Good evening. We'd like to welcome everyone out to our city council meeting tonight. We're going to start out with an invocation by Dave Glazer and then a pledge of allegiance by Shelby Kilpack. And Chris, if you'd like to introduce these guys.
Thank you. Dave Glazer is a dear friend and wonderful Orem City resident and is a great individual in our community, has contributed significantly, and just grateful to have him here tonight and help us all start off the meeting. And then the better half of our family is here going to help us with the pledge. So
thank you.
Our beloved Father in heaven, humbly we bow our heads before thee tonight. We thank thee for the wonderful community we live in. We're grateful for the blessings and freedoms we enjoy here. We're thankful for these elected officials and for the many staff members who are here to support them. Grateful for the contributions they all make to help our community be the best it can be. We invite thy Spirit to be here this evening to bless all the proceedings, the discussions that take place, that they might be held in a spirit of understanding and consideration one for another. We pray that will help there to be unity in all the decisions that need to be made. We thank thee for thy Son, Jesus Christ, and his many blessings to each of us in our lives. And we ask these blessings humbly now in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Please rise for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll start with item number 7. And before we get going, I'd just like to excuse Jen Gill. She's just not feeling well tonight. She's on Zoom. But we'll start with item 7.1. And that'll be with Heath Stevenson and Assistant Chief Myers will be coming up.
There we go.
Nope, there we go. Okay, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the time. I was asked to do just kind of a quick 2024 emergency preparedness and Orem City drill report. So I'm going to start with, we do monthly neighborhood courses for our residents. They're all different kinds of preparedness topics. Just a couple that we did. We had Be Ready Utah come down from the state and do 3 or 4 this past year. We've done family preparedness and winter weather, communications. We've had a decent turnout. We've had anywhere between 10 to 30 people, depending on the month. So moving into 2025, we've actually working with Provo's emergency manager, and we're going to combine our efforts. He's getting about the same type of turnout. So half of the year we will be doing our preparedness down in Provo, and the other half Provo residents will be coming with our Orem residents here to Orem City. We'll be covering kind of the same topics, and we'll do those. It's the second Thursday of every month is what our plan is for those. So I just want to thank Dave Spencer. He comes to just about all of them, him and his wife. So thanks for the support on coming to those courses. We also teach 4 ham radio courses each year. We do 2 technician courses, a general and an extra course. Those are the different levels of licenses that we have. I love having our guys teach those. They help us a ton with all of our events, Orem Fest, the parade, and the fireworks. They're huge kind of eyes all throughout the city on those. Again, this kind of talks about some of our classes that we did in 2024. Also did multiple preparedness booths and fairs. We did groups with our youth, with the residents, with city employees. And then we're continuing with, I'll cover our Orem City drill in our block captain program here in just a minute, but we are continuing to push that and getting good turnouts with our block captain program. As far as exercises, we've done citywide, countywide, and state emergency management exercises. We did our great Utah Shakeout communication exercise. I've done a couple Alpine School District reunification exercises, and our SROs are great to work with on those at the individual schools. And then every September we do our big Orem City drill. So, and then on the county and state level, it's a lot of communication, shelter, hazmat, and then every year we do a big 3-day EOC exercise where we try to get most of the emergency managers from the county to go participate in that exercise. I won't read through all of these. This is just a list of all the partners that I network with that help us out, help Orem City out on a day-to-day basis. But also if we were to have an emergency, these are the group of people outside of Orem City that we would be calling, that we would be reaching out to. This is on a state level, county level, federal level, and then all of our volunteer groups throughout the county. I want to say quick thank you to everybody on this list for all the help that they've given us over the last few years. As you guys know, so Orem Fest last year, every year we have to do a mass gathering permit for all of our events that are over 1,000 people. With Orem Fest, the Utah County Health Department came and did an inspection. We were able to pass their inspection the first time, which is always nice, not having to make a phone call to Brendan to say, hey, we might have to shut down in a half hour. So that's never a phone call I hope to make. Well, only once, and that was based on weather. So, and then the last thing here is our Orem City, our Everbridge, which is our mass notification system. These are our signups. These are residents who have gone on to the website and put in their information to sign up to be part of this notification system. This is one thing that any meeting or any booth or anything that I go to, I ask the help if our Orem employees will help push that, just if they have a minute to say the word Everbridge and throw that out there to our residents. And then, so our Orem City drill, for those that would break the city down into 21 different areas. And this last year we had 17 of those 21 areas that reported that had representation. And then we had 44, it's just over 44,000 people who checked into that drill and said they were accounted for on the night of our Orem City drill. So it's pretty good. It's almost 50%. We get all of those numbers within a 2.5 period or hour period. So from 6 to about 8:30 is what we aim for. So as you can see on this chart right here, these are the years that I've been here and done the drill. So we continue to grow. We went from 45, it was maybe 500 people less this year than last year. But as long as we keep moving that number up, I think with our new EOC building, or EOC being in the city center, people are going to want to really participate next year to see that new setup and see what's going on over there.
So is this saying there are 3 areas that no one responded?
4 areas that we didn't have anybody that responded.
So would you let me know after this meeting? Would you email me what those are? I can address that with our neighborhood commission and see if we can get some help.
That'd be great.
Through that.
So I'll send that over for sure.
Also, just out of curiosity, how do you get the word out for people to participate in this drills?
So we use Everbridge. We have a group that have signed up over the years saying that they wanted to be part of the drill. So Everbridge, Pete helps me a ton through Orem social media, sending it out in the newsletter the month before the drill. We use some of our volunteer groups, like LDS Church, help send information out. So there's about 6 or 7 different ways we try to push it out.
It just seems really successful as far as that's, to me, is an incredible amount of people participating.
Yeah, it is very successful. It's something, I mean, if our residents, I feel like they're really good and want to be part of the preparedness within Orem City. So on that level, they come to a lot of the prep courses and the booths and fairs. And so that's another word of mouth. And we get a lot of people that just want to be more prepared. So I agree, the turnout in emergency management, they say if you're getting 20%, you're doing a good job. So it's nice to see that our residents want to be more than that 20% and want to boost that average. And then the final thing, just want to say thanks as we put in this new city center that we were able to add in that EOC. I think it's going to be awesome as we move into there and have a bigger area for our city as far as trainings and exercises, and getting our city more involved and more ready for if and when a disaster is just happen here in Orem. That's kind of all I've got for my quick little presentation. I'm going to turn some time over to Chief Myers if there aren't any more questions directed for me.
Do we have any questions?
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
So I'm grateful to be here tonight, and my purpose here tonight is really just to just recognize Heath publicly, and express to you, Mayor, and council members, and Brandon, what a good job he is doing. He talks about the interest that our city has in a lot of these events, and we're doing great. I attribute much of that to this gentleman right here. He's moving and he's shaking, and the people feel it, and it's kind of fun to watch. And he is the resource guy, by the way. You saw that list of all those things up there. There's been times where, you know, I've walked by his office and said, "Where are we going to get? We need this. Where are we going to get this?" And he says he's got his people, and he's got this vast network that he's established, and it's just a good feeling to know that we're taken care of. We're very fortunate, I think, as a city to have Heath in this position. And the last thing I'll just comment is on the relationship that he is really working to enforce within our sister cities, other cities within the county. It's not uncommon for him to be just rubbing shoulders with these guys every week, and these gals that are in similar positions with other cities. And I think if something ever were to occur along the lines of a disaster, that we'd be in good hands, that our ducks are in a row. We've got the resources accounted for, and we'd know where to go, which is right there. Free us up so we can do our job, right? And so anyways, I just wanted to take those moments and really just recognize those contributions and Heath for that.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add one thing? And this is kind of in your realm, I think, but I guess I just want to make mention of the devastation of the fires that are happening in California right now, and how, you know, praying for them, of course, but also saying how proud I am that we sent firefighters there. So
Yes.
we're doing it right. You guys are doing it right. And thank you. Thank you for all you do. This is so important, and we never want to hear from you, but we're so grateful if we ever have to.
It's awesome. Thank you.
Can I add something, Mayor? I found it really interesting this last, the storm of 24. The training that you're doing is paying off, because I heard so many different neighborhoods talking about the block captain and people going around checking on their neighbors and making sure that they were okay, and who needed help with moving furniture out of a basement that was getting flooded, or putting sandbags or whatever it was. And so I think that was really a true test of, you know, what can happen unexpectedly in a second. And so thank you for having a plan in place and continue to train so that when it happens, we're ready and we know what to do and how to look after our neighbors.
Yes, thanks for that comment. It's fun to hear about it working in real life, right? I do all these trainings and exercises, and then it's fun to have comments like that from varying neighborhoods that it's working in real life. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for all you do. Okay, next, we're going to rearrange these items a little bit. Next, we'll do the oath of office for the Community Development Director, Gary McGinn.
Okay, Gary, have you raise your right hand, and then you'll repeat after me. I, Gary McGinn,
I, Gary McGinn,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, obey, and defend
that I will support, obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Utah,
the Constitution of the State of Utah,
and the laws and ordinances of the City of Orem.
and the laws and ordinances of the City of Orem.
And I will discharge the duties
And I will discharge the duties
of my office with fidelity.
of my office with fidelity.
Thank you. We'll move on to a Lifetime Achievement Award for Jim Yeoman. And we'll invite Paul Ashton, the Chief Building Officer, to give that.
So if I would have thought a little bit quicker, I would have had Jim bring the award, but he does not have it here. So, but that's okay. We're here to look at Jim. So I'm Paul Ashton, the the Chief Building Official. We have an outstanding employee working for the City of Orem in the Building Safety Division. Jim Yeoman is our Deputy Building Official. In his personal life, he enjoys motorcycles and owns 2 Harleys at this time, and has had up to 4 in his garage at other times. He also likes riding a side-by-side and looking at fall colors. He has served in many charitable positions over the years as well. His co-workers appreciate his choice in music, Dixon shirts, hats, boots, and shoes, as he owns a stack of each, and some of them even reside here in the city. The only other thing I can think that he enjoys is work and family. Early in his career, he worked as a logger and a hot tar roofer, where he injured his back. This caused him to rethink his occupation, and ended up in college studying building codes. He has worked for the city for 32 and a half years and has a total of 40 years under his belt as a code official. He serves on the International Code Council Energy Code Committee that reviews energy efficiency requirements for buildings. This committee is working on developing the 2027 Energy Code at this time. As a building official, he has helped many developers, contractors, engineers, homeowners, co-workers, and architects understand building code and help them figure out how to make their project meet those requirements. Because of Jim's dedication, he has been able to help many Orem residents have safe places to live, work, and play. Jim has also been instrumental in helping many throughout the state with code issues. Many other cities request his opinion on code issues they come across. The reason we are here tonight is to recognize Jim's excellent service. The Utah American Institute of Architects has presented Jim with the Distinguished Service Lifetime Achievement Award. This award is not generally given to city plan reviewers because they are always critiquing their work and having them make changes to meet code. In some ways, this could be an adversarial relationship. Jim has been able to create friendships in how he does his job. There have been many times when the code is updated with major changes. He has sent out months in advance the new requirements to architects so they are aware of them. Jim's attitude is, let's see how we can make this work. The City of Orem is fortunate to have Jim Yeoman as an employee. Thanks, Jim.
Excuse me. Paul, his family's here. Would they like a picture with the city council and mayor? Well, at least the young man would. Bring him up. Is that okay, Mayor? I'm sorry, I jumped out.
Get you on. Right over there.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
Mayor and council, if I can just add a shout out as well with the oath of office of Gary McGinn and then this Lifetime Achievement Award for Jim Yeoman. I just want to say that they are very fine examples of the quality employees that we have in our community development department. And not only are they solutions oriented and creative and just technically sound in the performance of their jobs, but they're also kind and find positive, constructive, good ways in working with so many people. So just want to add my appreciation for them.
Thank you, Bren. We appreciate that. Last up, we've got item 7.4. And this is the ULCT legislative priorities. And we're supposed to be doing this on Zoom, right?
Yes, Carson Eilers with ULCT is on Zoom to present and to receive any questions that you might have.
Okay, just with the legislative session coming up, can you give us an update?
That's right.
Can you hear us, Carson?
Yep. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
All right. Well, again, Carson Eilers, I'm the policy director for the Utah League of Cities and Towns. Thrilled to be joining you online. Sorry I wasn't able to make it in person. I had some late afternoon meetings and with my luck hitting I-15 southbound traffic, probably wouldn't make it down there till 7. So thank you for accommodating me. I really appreciate it. And I'll try to keep this brief. I'm sure you all have other things to do tonight. So I'll just kind of hit on some high-level talking points that we have been sharing with our policy committee and other member organizations. I'll try to be fairly succinct. Much of it will be repeating information that you might have heard at our policy committee on Monday. And some of it you'll be hearing again if you're participating in the local officials day at the Capitol next week. So I'll try to move through stuff relatively quickly. I want to hit on some points that are important for Orem. And then if you have any questions, please feel free to just jump in at any time. I'm happy to answer them. If I can't answer them, I'll bring it back to our team and I'll follow up with Bren and make sure we get you a good answer. So are there any questions before I get started? Alrighty. So first off, this year we are seeing a record number of bills already. 239 as of close of business today. So, those are normally second week of session numbers. Session starts next week. And so we already have a lot of work to do. And our first policy committee meeting will be pretty hectic, I'm sure, with everything we have to discuss. This year, last year, this time when I presented to this council, we mentioned that the budget was tight. We made the joke about, or I made the joke about it being a socks and underwear Christmas this year. This might be a repeat from LPC, but this year the joke that's been going around the Capitol is that it's a last year's socks and underwear kind of Christmas. So really tight budget constraints, and that's critical for municipalities because our budgets are just as tight as the state budget is. So we need to make sure that there's no unfunded mandates coming down, that any costs are not just being pushed onto municipalities because it's maybe politically easier in some cases. So ULCT puts in fiscal impact statements on almost every bill that affects municipalities. So we'll be looking out for that, but just please be aware that in tight budget years, oftentimes we see more costs get shifted onto local government. So in everything we do, we're trying to keep that in mind, and we ask you to talk to your legislators about that too and share that message. State doesn't have a surplus, neither do local governments. Among the big issues this year, homelessness will be probably one of the biggest. Lots of bills in the homelessness space already. I think there's 7 or 8 already numbered or proposed. I think it's too soon to say what exactly is going to happen, how these will all shake out, because some of these are in conflict. You have some proposals to require cities to do more enforcement. You have other proposals that would make enforcement a lot more difficult. So Stay tuned, but just beware, homelessness will be a hot button issue. Among hot button issues, probably the next biggest one will be public safety, specifically relating to immigration. There's been a number of legislators who are already looking at a bill package to try to crack down on crimes related to immigration and related to the border. They held a press conference a little while ago. Most of these have little to no impact on municipal governments, but there will be some interaction between your police chief and some of this new legislation, be that enhanced criminal penalties for certain things, requirements for officers to detain vehicles and detain people who are unlicensed. So yeah, there'll be some impact. We'll be working with the police chiefs. We ask you to stay in touch with your police chief just as we move through these things, trying to, again, just navigate what our lane is in this space and with these new policies. Again, mostly that's the fiscal impact. So we just want to make sure that we're navigating that. We're taking legislator concerns into account, but also making sure that we don't have a lot of new responsibilities falling on local governments without some kind of additional revenue streams. Let's see, next probably worth mentioning is sales tax. Some of you have heard that there's been some talk at the state level, mostly in the governor's office, about potential changes to 50/50. As of now, the good news is this mostly seems like it's just saber rattling. We've heard 50/50s come up in a couple different high profile venues. We haven't actually heard any proposals yet, and we haven't heard any legislators who are really totally bought into that. So obviously 50/50 is a core league issue. I know that Orem tends to be more point of sale heavy, so I wanted to flag this specifically for you. We don't see anything on the radar yet, but we will obviously keep you attuned because any kind of changes to 50/50 would disproportionately affect cities like Orem. Let's see. Housing, I think, is probably the one that everybody's been waiting for. And I specifically want to mention Councilmember McDonald and Councilmember Millett, who have both, Councilmember McDonald served on the Commission on Housing Affordability for us, which is probably one of the most thankless jobs, maybe second only to being a local council member or mayor. But he's taken a lot of arrows defending local government, and we really appreciate his service to the league there. And Councilmember Millett and Councilmember McDonald have both served on our policy committee. We have a subgroup that advises on any number of housing issues. We have a lot of long meetings. Most of those meetings are about 2 hours, but both of them have been heavily involved, and Brad and a number of other Orem staffers have helped facilitate those too. So we really appreciate that, and that's been critical to us being able to navigate most of these issues. So what does this all mean for housing? There's been any number of policy proposals this year, many of which are concerning to local governments. I'd say the good news as of January 14th at 6 o'clock is the big overriding issue right now is the state housing plan. The state housing plan phase 1 will not be released until Friday at the earliest. The state housing plan is probably this first phase will be trying to align key high-level metrics, trying to make sure that we're focusing on the right goals. As you all know, the state's housing goals seem to shift every year. Some years it's rental housing, some years it's ownership housing, some years it's deeply affordable, some years it's market rate. It's been tricky for cities at large to navigate this kind of constantly shifting target. So the good news is the state housing plan is going to try to bring all the stakeholders together and try to state, before we get too far down the policy route, where we're actually trying to get to. So this first phase, I don't expect a lot of controversy from it. It's been a very collaborative process. A number of league staff have been involved throughout the interim working on it. It won't be probably like a great release to cities, but it'll at least give us something to talk about in some kind of direction. So that's phase 1. Phase 2 of the state housing plan will be talking more about granular policy tactics, more about specific metrics, really the meat of the discussion. Phase 2 will be a 2025 interim issue. It'll start up in April and probably go to the 2026 session. So expect a lot more deep conversation there. But this phase 1, most of the governor's office effort will probably be more focused on just trying to get legislative buy-in on that first phase this session. So that's helpful, I think, in avoiding some of the more concerning proposals we've heard. So that's state housing plan. That's one big piece. What does that mean for current local requirements? I'd say that's still TBD. I think it's likely that phase two, those metrics and policy tactic conversations will supplant what is currently moderate income housing plans. That's good and bad. I know that moderate income housing plans have worked in some regards and have also caused local governments no shortage of frustration over the years. So again, I don't know exactly how that shakes up, but I would expect significant changes to MIHP next interim. To try to get ahead of that and try to steer conversations in a way that's more helpful for local government, our policy committee subgroup on housing has been working to craft kind of a general framework to incentivize, not require, but incentivize local governments to do a density bonus or housing overlay, something in that space. It's kind of amorphous because we've really, the feedback we've consistently gotten in that subgroup is making sure that local governments control when it happens, where it happens, making sure that the targets are what they want. It'll be for affordable ownership. We know that much, but we want to make sure that you as a legislative body have all the control over this policy so that there's no adverse impacts on your community. We want to make sure that anything we do gives cities more tools to support housing, but doesn't infringe on current quality of life. So that's still kind of vague. We went into a little more detail at our policy committee, but I won't belabor that point too much now unless you really want me to, and then I can spend all night talking about it. One other thing I wanted to flag for you all on the housing front is external accessory dwelling units. I know that this has been sort of a concern for Orem, so I wanted to talk about this specifically. These external accessory dwelling units have, I'd say there's been some conversation over the interim, but it's been fairly quiet. There hasn't been a lot of activity on it. That is until maybe last week when we started hearing from quite a few legislators who are really interested in possibly advancing something. Now, there's only one bill on that so far. It's from Representative Ray Ward up in Bountiful, and that bill would be pretty much the carte blanche accessory dwelling unit legalization. Every city or every urban city, so every city in a first or second class county in the state, would have to allow accessory dwelling units by right on any lot that wanted them. We'll push back on that. We've pushed back on it. I don't know how much momentum that has because it's such a blunt approach, but I wanted to make sure you were all aware that that conversation is already starting. So, yeah, I don't know exactly where ADUs go either right now. Part of the good news about the state housing plan is, we're trying to define the metrics over on one side, so that could also help us play defense on the other side, being able to say, look, we're trying to figure out where we're going first. Let's hold off on some of these seismic changes until we even know where that is. So again, I just wanted to bring that up to make you aware of it because I've heard specific concerns. So we'll keep you apprised through the policy committee process and through all the normal processes. Of course, we'll bring Brennan to any of those conversations so he can make sure that you are all informed. That's most of what I have to cover today. There's a couple of other odds and ends issues. We're still coming through the 280 some odd bills, 239 bills. There's a couple new ones, like there's a bill that would prohibit municipalities from fluoridating water. I don't know if Orem is one of those cities, but I know there's quite a few who do that. I know that's like a issue from yesteryear. That's the first time in my career I've encountered it. There's issues relating to bicycle lane safety. There's really just a whole laundry list of new things that we'll be working through. Again, everything we try to vet through our policy committee process to make sure that you all have an opportunity to give us policy feedback and try to make sure we can get everything to the best point we can. But there's a lot coming out, and so I would expect a lot of conversation in the next couple of weeks trying to navigate this legislative session.
Thank you. Do we have any questions?
I have more of a comment. Carson, thank you for keeping your eye on this. You didn't give us a full report of all 257 bills or however many it is, but thank you for you and the Utah League of City and Town Commission that works on this. It sounds like you've got your hands full, but thank you. And I trust that you work probably most closely with Bren, but we appreciate you keeping us aware of issues that might cause us concern. And we do not have fluorinated water in Orem.
Yeah, and
Councilmember Kilpack is also on the LPC committee, and then Steve Earle as well. If I can just say to Carson, one, we appreciate that you guys listen and that you've been listening and incorporating our feedback as you develop messaging. And so we've really appreciated that, to see that we are being listened to and that it's taken into account, and the perspective of legacy cities like us. Maybe just a little heads up on in terms of some of the priorities that I've heard from our council. You hit on a big one, essentially growth management and maintaining the control over that. We'll be looking at some transportation and trail type efforts. But we're also interested in seeing if any new legislation comes out related to short-term rentals, one, and then two, the utility transportation fee subject. So just want to make you aware that those are things of kind of heightened concern for us.
And if
Great,
I
and
can,
I'm sorry.
oh, may I just add one other clarification too? And I've been I was on the Zoom call with Representative Ward. And from my perspective, and I believe our residents' perspective, a huge concern with the external ADU is that we maintain the setbacks for the surrounding neighbors. I know Representative Ward said, well, if we'll get the neighbors to agree and sign off that it's okay, the next door neighbor, but that's not, you have to get the whole neighborhood to agree. This is a neighborhood changing event. You're essentially putting a home behind a home. So I would like to really, if you don't mind, Carson, just emphasize to you again that this is not something that we are excited about, and that these property rights need to be honored and remembered and recognized for the entire city and neighborhood. So I appreciate if you wouldn't mind just emphasizing that to Representative Ward.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for that additional context. Yeah, we will keep pushing back on that. That is maybe the broadest ADU preemption we've seen. It restricts just about everything but impact fees. So very, very concerning for the league, as well as many, especially like built out cities where your infrastructure is relatively fixed and there's not a lot of room to grow and plan for the ADU. So your feedback is well heard there. And Bren, regarding some of the other priorities, I'll just give you a 30-second update on two of those. On short-term rentals, there will be at least one bill on short-term rentals this year. I don't think it'll be a sea change in policy for local governments, but I think it will give us a little bit more, it'll clarify some of the current restrictions and maybe give us a couple more small tools. So I wouldn't expect it to be anything huge, but I'm cautiously optimistic as of now that it would be a step in the right direction. So I'll let you know as soon as that bill is actually numbered. On transportation utility fee, I expect two bills. That will probably be one will probably be a restriction, one will probably be an empowerment. So we'll see how that all shakes up, but we'll, yeah, of course, keep you posted. And yeah, and thanks again. I just wanted to echo my appreciation. And I know Cameron was hoping to be here as well, and he wasn't able to make it either, but we really appreciate Orem's involvement in the league, whether that's going to long meetings and talking with staff, whether that's just your support in general, whether that's driving up to the Capitol LPC. The strength of the league is cities like Orem. It is you, and your ability to contact your legislators. It's your ability to work with staff. So really, we appreciate all of your involvement, especially in the last couple of years, as we've leaned more heavily on you.
So Carson, just one last thing I want to put out as long as we got you on the line here. We came across the bill tonight in our work session. It wasn't a bill, it was the result of a bill from last year. And essentially, in the name of avoiding conflicts of interest, they have a bill that basically requires a raft of unnecessary information. And from my perspective, it was a pretty shocking bill if they're going to inflict that on every elected official in the municipal space in Utah. And so anyway, it was HB 80 from last year. But we would be welcome to talk to you some other time and give you more information on it, but it's something that needs to be addressed because I think you're going to see, as cities learn about this, it's just going to be a problem because it goes way beyond it. It gives you 10 times more information than you need to avoid conflicts of interest.
If I may, Mayor, Carson, it requires all financial disclosures, not just disclosures that in your interaction with the city, which is fairly normal for a conflict of interest. It allows for fishing expeditions from whoever can see this because it's a public forum. So it's pretty onerous.
Yeah, if I can maybe add to that, Carson, I think a big concern is that it asks for so much information that there's identity theft and scamming type concerns that could arise from it.
So anyway, I just want to put that on your radar as something to pick up. And like I said, we can give you more information on that at another time, but that is something that somebody should run a new bill to fix that bill.
Yeah, I appreciate that feedback. We actually, that bill has come up in a couple different places. I think now that elected officials are having to start actually working through what that means. And I know that there's been some concern from some elected officials who are like investors, and they're concerned about losing a strategy. There's a little bit of irony in the state requiring a lot more privacy protections for citizens, and then
the opposite,
really hollowing out any privacy for electeds.
Right. So anyway, that's a concern that we came across today. Yeah, fix it. So anyway, any other questions, comments? Okay, I think we're good, and we appreciate that report, and we appreciate hearing from you and expect to keep hearing from you as this goes on. We appreciate all your help.
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for the time this evening. We really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Carson. Okay. That takes us up to item number 8. And item number 8 is personal appearances. And nobody signed up tonight, so we'll pass on that. Item number 9 is consent items. We've got item number 9.1 on the consent agenda. We've got 9.1, which is approval of the meeting minutes from December 10th and December 17th, 2024. We've got 9.2, appointments to the Orem Events Advisory Commission. That's Krista Tate, Cammie Burgess, Ashley Shumway, and Rodney Gardner. Item 9.3, a reappointment to the Planning Commission of Madeline Coleman. And item 9.4, a resolution regarding 1600 North nighttime construction exemption.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the consent items.
Second.
Nay.
Nay. Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Jen?
Nay.
Unbelievable.
So now you can make your motion.
What you guys are doing, Jeff.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we move item 9.3 off of the consent items and for further discussion at another time, and then reapprove the other items.
Second.
So,
Let's have a discussion.
yeah, why don't we
before
have a
vote.
discussion about this?
If we could maybe clarify what the motion is the motion to move it from the consent, move it off the consent agenda to the scheduled items?
That's correct.
Or is it a motion to table the item?
Might as well table it.
To table
To
it.
table?
Mhm.
Okay.
And should we have,
After there's a second, the council can discuss the motion to table.
There was a second.
okay, so we have a second on that, so I'll just open it up for discussion for anyone who would like to discuss it.
I'd like the 4 members who voted against the approval of the reappointment of our planning commission chair to explain why they wish to postpone this appointment.
My reasoning is there's a process that we have begun to discuss, the planning commission process for appointments, and want to discuss that before we have anything additional occur with the planning commission. So we'd like to either have the 332 meetings or some other form of discussion, or we can look at the process. And that's my desire.
So Chris, what do you see the process is right now? Can you please explain it to me? Explain it to me.
Yeah, I'm aware of the current process. I'm looking for a different process for the planning commission.
So just for your information, Chris, when Jamie Davison appointed planning commission members, he's put it on the item we voted on it. We didn't get any resumes or anything. So what I've done is I've gone and vetted the last 2 years. I've done my homework. I've called the citizens and I asked them for resumes, and I presented the resumes to you guys, but none of you even called any of those people.
I called some of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I know Jeff did.
So on the last round, when we were going to replace Jerry, you didn't call anybody. None of them. And there were 2 new candidates. So to say that I'm not playing fair is garbage.
It has nothing to do with you
Yeah, it is.
personally, Dave. It
You
has to
guys
do
didn't
with the
even want me to
process
be
within
on the
city.
appointment of the planning commission.
No, that
Talking
hasn't-
about spirit of collaboration. It's garbage, man. Garbage.
Thank you for your opinion. That's
Yeah.
that's not the process. A reason why we want to look at the process. It has nothing to do with you personally. It has to do with the process of how we talk about probably one of the most important commissions in the city. And there's issues with
that's
it.
why I
And
gave
so-
you resumes, and you have the right to go onto the website.
And we also have the
read
right
those.
to change the process. So that's what we're doing this evening, is to
So
talk
but the
about
point
that
is,
process.
are you against this individual? We are
The-
looking
the-
to reappoint the chair of the planning commission.
And what I'm looking to
This
do is
doesn't have
look
anything
at the
to do with the
process before we
process.
have any other planning commission individuals change.
So
So that's
do you
my-
even know Madeline? Any of you? Have you contacted
Have you
Madeline?
been to planning commission meetings?
Have you
Yes.
contacted Madeline?
The-
Have you contacted Gary
It's-
McGinn?
It's not the
Tom?
person that we're having a concern with, it's the process.
Then just to reappoint her
Then
then.
reappoint
There's
her.
no problem with the
The
process.
process is the concern. So before
What-
we
what
move
process? I don't
forward-
get it.
Okay, we'll talk more about it in 332.
But I
No,
want you
we're
to know.
not. We're going to talk in a public meeting.
Right
We're
here.
not going to have 332 meetings.
So there's a
behind this-
process.
I
behind
want to
the
we're
curtain.
gonna
know,
change.
have you talked to Madeline? And 1, and 2, have you talked to Gary McGinn, who runs the planning commission meeting? Have you talked to him?
So the question that is being brought up is the process. And so that's what I'd like to discuss.
Okay, you've
is
said
the
that 10
process.
times, and I'm trying to say, do you have a problem with this appointment? Do you have a problem with the way that she has served? This person has served for 3 years as chair of our planning commission. I've been to many meetings. She does an excellent job. She's an attorney. She's a mother. She's a resident who cares about what happens in Orem. She's been not controversial in any way. She is a great servant of our community, and I'm trying to figure out what's the reason to postpone her reappointment. Do you have a problem with her? Because it sounds to me that that's like what you're saying, to push it off onto the process doesn't have anything to do with it.
I do not have a problem with
This is
her.
a reappointment.
Right, I don't have a problem with her. I have a problem with the process. that
Of
we're
the
going through
reappointments?
Of all planning commission appointments. And
She's a
so
reappointment. There is no
any
process.
appointments- Any appointments.
I guess I'm thinking maybe, I don't understand, you're thinking of a different process than I am. When we reappoint someone, we don't ask for resumes. We don't, look, we just appointed these people to the Advanced Advisory Commission. We've reappointed people to other commissions. We don't reevaluate their resume in the past. We have just, we have a stipulation of a 6-year term limit. So 2 times, 2 3-year terms.
I'm aware of the current
So-
procedure. I'm
so-
looking for a different procedure.
So, right, but the point is, there's no different procedure here. You seem to have been fine with it for a year. So what is it with planning commission that you don't like?
The planning commission currently, as we've sat and had discussions,
Who's we?
the entire council, as we've had council discussions about rezoning and other issues, when the planning commission comes with a 7-0 recommendation, and then the city council has it's much different than the 7-0. That process of those that are on the current commission, we want to make sure that their views are more in line with the entire
So
city.
you think they don't represent your views?
No, I don't think they represent the city's views. I'm here to represent the citizens of Orem. And currently, the citizens of Orem are not represented
What,
by this current
can you
council.
tell me when,
So I'm
I
inviting
thought
us
we
to have a
have been
different
pretty much in
procedure.
agreement as a council on zoning changes. What one
So
are
I'm
you
here to talk
referring
about
to?
the procedure for
Which one are you
the zoning
referring to? Which
commission.
vote are you referring to? From the planning commission?
All of those over the last year, you said I had no
Well,
no
I think you're
concerns
talking
with it.
about the Wilkerson Farm and then the Canyon Park.
Those are
They
two
were
of the
both
examples.
7-0,
Those are
both
two.
identical projects, and you voted to table the one down at Wilkerson Farm, and you voted against the other one. So
I
it makes
also
no
voted
sense.
I
It's a
also voted
conflict.
to table the other one as well until we had more discussion.
You-
And so we're doing the work of the planning commission when they should be bringing recommendations, when they all just say nothing.
No, I've been to
All
the
seven
meet,
don't
you
go.
need to go to the meetings, Chris.
And I've talked to the
You need to go to the meetings. You can't just watch it on YouTube. You need to be in the room where it happens, right?
So
you can see what the residents are saying, which is who we represent.
So those are my
And then to
concerns.
see what
I've
the plan,
expressed
please
them.
don't interrupt me. And then see what the planning commission is saying.
Gosh.
So I have a question.
My discussion side.
Okay. So Gary, can you please comment on Madeline and your opinion?
I
Because
just want to know if Jeff, I mean, we're heaps from Chris. Let's hear what Tom has to
Okay,
say and what
hold on,
Jeff
Gary.
and Jen have to say. This is a public decision and it should be in a public meeting.
I have no other comment.
You have no comment.
I echo what Chris said. I have no other comment.
So can I ask you, what is your thought about the process?
No other comment. Thank you.
So you're not going to, let your public know why you're voting against this planning commission member?
We're not suggesting we're voting against this council member. We're saying we're delaying this. We're tabling it for now.
Why? It's a reappointment.
Right. It's a process.
It's someone who's been serving our community for 3 years.
Okay, I have no problem with Madeline. I don't know her well. I've seen some meetings that she's conducted. It's not about that. I feel like I would like to, with city staff, Bran, Gary, and the council, as we can meet together.
I'm not doing 322 meetings, Jeff. That's just hiding
To
things.
review the process. And not saying that there would be drastic changes, but I would like the opportunity to review that process.
so if you have no problem with Madeline, then why don't we go ahead and just pass around the consent items?
Yeah, why don't we vote for her?
Yeah.
And then we can review
And if
the
you want to do
process.
the process to me, I've given you 100% more information than Jamie ever gave the council, ever. And you want to say, you want to change the process, which is fine, but don't hold Madeline hostage. She's the chair of the planning commission, and we need to move forward on the consent item and pass her. I mean, Gary, can you shed some light? Because these individuals that want to change the process, would you please give us some information on Madeline and your opinion? Because you think they are the main staff that deals with Madeline on the planning commission. Maybe you get his perspective, because, maybe you should talk to Madeline too. I mean, to me, I think this is a disservice to Madeline just because you want your people on the planning commission.
That isn't the point. It's the process.
I
that's currently
guarantee it
involved.
is. When you called me and said you wanted Ray Chipman or you're going to do the nuclear option, what does that mean?
That isn't what I ever said
You
to
did. You said nuclear option, dude.
I did not. I've
Oh.
never said that to you.
Yeah. Then you're a blatant liar. Blatant liar. Because you said nuclear option. And I told you, if you want to do the nuclear option, go ahead. Chris, you can't say things and then deny it, dude.
I never said that to you.
Okay. That you're lying. Gary, can you please? This is just irritating me.
As the Director of Community Development, we work with the Planning Commission and we work with all members of it. And our chair is Madeline Coleman at this time, and I enjoy working with her. She's a good person. She's dedicated and has been a great help in working on the commission. As far as my view of commission members, the important thing to me is, the unimportant thing to me is their perspective. What's the most important thing to me is how they work with other people. And can they have an open mind in discussions, in listening to residents, listening to applicants, listening to all the concerns that people may have. And And so for me, that's what I value as a planning commission member the most. Happy to answer any questions or to talk with anybody about anything.
And again, my concern, Gary, is not with the individuals, it's with the process in which we're currently having those join the planning commission. So I'd like us to discuss it, not to have eliminate this individual, but to allow us to have a brief discussion about the process and then go forward in the near future and then have whatever we need to have happen to continue on in filling the needs of the planning commission. So it's not a long-term wait. It's not a delay. It has nothing to do with this individual who's in every way been a wonderful asset and a blessing as our chair, but it's the process is all I'm talking about. Nothing to do with individuals, no character issues. This is just the process we'd like to discuss.
And I would like to understand. So, I mean, I really do want to understand you guys here. Okay. First of all, I just have to say I'm a little irritated at this because just this weekend at our retreat, I expressed a concern about being disenfranchised from the 4 No More on our council who were elected last year and have behind the scenes been pushing their power and control. We've tried to get along with them and tried to be collaborative in public, but there have been numerous power plays behind the scenes that have been happening. So just Friday, at our retreat, I said, you know, everyone talked about they wanted to improve communication and collaboration as a council. And I expressed that that has not been happening this year, which has caused severe stress in my life, which I don't need. I learned 2 hours before our work meeting of this desire to set aside this routine reappointment of our planning commission member. And it's not just this. Let's just backtrack a year. We've appointed 2 planning commission members over this past year since the last election. And each time there has been pushback. Dave Spencer, as the planning commission, the council member over the planning commission, has the responsibility or actually does the work for us as commission members. He looks at the applications, he vets the candidates based on the ideologies that we have in this city that our residents have told us that they want. So he will vet the candidates and then he will give us, resumes of some of them. Now, that doesn't mean that we as council members can't go and look at some of the other resumes that are on there and that those people can't be considered also. This is just something that Dave does. He does kind of a pre-vetting of if he thinks that, because quite frankly, we had someone on the planning commission right when on my first year that her ideology was we should not have parking at apartment complexes and because that will get people out of their cars so they can ride their bikes like she does around town. And it might be hard for 10 years, but eventually people will be on mass transit and we'll have the mass transit we need if we make people ride it. She told me that. That was a former member of our planning commission. Now, how many members of our community are represented by that opinion? So that kind of needs to be vetted, right? And Dave is trying to do that. Now, like I say, if there's someone that one of the council members knows applied for planning commission, they can pull out that resume and say, hey, let's have this person considered too. And that actually happened with an individual. And some of the council had said, well, that individual expressed this to me and that to me. They were in favor of the State Street Master Plan, which our public resoundingly has, said they don't want, rejected. So we had those conversations. And then so the process was that. And then because the mayor makes the appointment with the advice and consent of the council, the mayor asked for 3 suggestions from this group of resumes that Dave put together. 3 suggestions. Well, the 4 No More on our council gave 1 suggestion. They got together and decided who they wanted, and they gave the mayor 1 suggestion. So the rest of us were like, okay, fine, you can have your person if you want. He was actually one of my choices, but how disruptive and how non-collaborative and how non-communicative was that? That's happened twice to me this last year in a spirit of collaboration, which is what these people put forth when we're in public, right? But there are conversations that are happening behind the scenes. And you know what? You can grammar request those emails. They're there. That's what I'm bothered by. So when you won't tell me what part of the process you don't like, I mean, there were even points of they want to change the policy and not have the mayor appoint the planning commission. So is that where we're going here? Is that what you're doing here? You want to bump the mayor off from the appointment of planning commission members? Tom?
I'm ready to talk if I won't be interrupted. 3 years ago, almost the whole planning commission was fired by the 4 no more. No questions were asked of the others of us. We not only terminated people when they were up for renewal, we just terminated people. And so we haven't had a fresh look of who's on the planning commission for those 3 years. Now they're coming up for renewal. I want to revisit this. I want to be able to look at all the resumes, not just the resumes that David Fetz and put forward. And I understand I was able to go back into them and look, but I think that's the process I'm concerned about. We had a total wipeout of the planning commission 3 years ago. I think it's time to think about it before we move forward.
And so now in your control, now that you're in control, you want to do it.
So let me just clarify something, Tom. You know why those 4 planning commission members were released, right?
Well, I know why one was. He was a bit of a pain in the neck, and I was okay with him stepping down from being the chair to being a member.
Right, because you were going to talk to him to have him resign. So that leaves us with 3.
Yeah, and the other 3, you were concerned that they might not show up to meetings and may not vote.
Well, no, it was bigger than that. It wasn't just meetings. We had, if you remember right, my memory's a little fuzzy on this, but we had the election, and then we had something like February 5th.
February 9th.
February 9th that we had
The moratorium ended at February 9th. They had to meet.
But it was a big deal. It was the State Street Master Plan. So we had February 9th, and we had to do something before that. So we're a newly elected council. We've got literally 5 weeks to change the world. And we've got a planning commission who says.
And all the city council was happy to move it, but you needed the planning commission to say something to present
Right.
to us,
If the planning commission didn't just show up and say yes or no, it didn't matter what they said. They just had to show up. But we were told that they were not going to show up to block us stopping the State Street Master Plan. And so that was a huge issue. And so
well, the information came from the city. It was Jason Bench.
Well, but you know it now, and you just put that other narrative out there that wasn't true.
So wait a second, so that was a major issue, and it boxed us in to where if we left them in, that State Street Master Plan would not have changed in time. And so we were forced to let that go. And then the narrative was put out there that we were like blowing up the planning commission, whatever. They blew themselves up by refusing to come to meetings.
I agree. I would agree with that, Mayor. But now we're 3 years later. I'd like to see if they should all be on there that were put on kind of in a rush. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, my question too is, we appointed 2 people. We appointed Rod Erickson and Britton Renolfson unanimously. So what was wrong with that process? Okay, so I'm not.
All I'm saying is I'm asking for a pause and not an argument. That's all.
That's not true at all, because we've been arguing the past year. But we've been doing via
No, the last
email
3.
and
The
via
last 3,
conversations.
Renee, the last
You're
3
interrupting
years.
me.
Oh, I'm sorry. No one ever does that here. Excuse
no, I
me.
guess not, but you just called me out on it, so I guess I'm going to call you out.
Okay,
So, I mean, I really think that Madeline, with as Gary McGinn said, she's done a wonderful job. She's doing the chair, and I see no reason why we don't reappoint her. There's 7 people on the planning commission. So it makes no sense that we will not. I mean, we're kicking the can down the road when we need her. We have a meeting tomorrow.
So, right, you
Planning
have a meeting tomorrow. So the way I see this is there's 2 arguments going on here. One argument is whether or not we should re-up Madeline, just to keep the continuity going and keep things happening with the planning commission. The other argument is whether or not we need to look at the process and change it. So I think where we're getting into a problem is we're trying to join those 2 issues. Whereas if we agree that we're going to look at the process and talk through it, there's really no reason to not re-up Madeline. And I think that's where the conflict is.
It is
So-
exactly the conflict.
So if we could come together on just re-upping Madeline and agree to evaluate the process, then I think we could get where we want to go.
We haven't heard from Jen. I don't know if she has anything she'd like to.
Yeah, Jen, are you there?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, I am here. Thank you.
Yes, would you like to weigh in?
Well, I just appreciate the discussion that's happened. I think I think this process of appointing members to the Planning Commission has evolved since Jamie Davidson or the city manager used to appoint them, and then it shifted to the city council, kind of appoints them with advice and consent from the mayor. But I don't think that the process has been totally baked. Since this is probably the most important commission in the city, I would just like to see a place where more contributions from all members of the council can be included. I think it would be great. We know when the terms are up, so a month ahead of time we can start talking about it, and any council member that wants to can submit a resume or a name for discussion. The other thing is, every other commission now has 2 council liaisons responsible for it. This one only has 1. So none of these are big deals. I just think it's something that we need to work through together as a council to come up with a more robust process that will stand the test of time, not just for us or a future council, but for the city for a long time. And I want to reiterate what has been said. That this is nothing at all against Madeline or even Dave Spencer. I think it's just let's work together longer term. And I think what brought this to a head was Madeline's reappointment wasn't even on the draft agenda last week, and then it showed up Monday, and it's like, wait a minute, let's slow down and just see if we can have some discussions about this. I know I've spoken with Lene about this in the past. I've spoken with Dave Young about this in the past, and I just would like to see some action now on how we make the commission more representative of all members of the council. And so that's all my perspective is.
No, you haven't spoken with me since we had the initial problem last spring. So yeah.
Actually, you and I talked about it, and I mentioned some specific changes I would like to see on the council, and you said, no, I don't think we need to do that.
No, that was last spring.
It was not last spring.
That was back.
It was this fall. It was absolutely
not. No, it was not.
Okay, well, we remember that differently then.
So Jen, I've got a question. So when we talked, you mentioned Britton Renolfson, and I went ahead and said, hey, we'll take you off the Beautification Commission, and you were all fine with that. So you gave me that name, and I went for it, right? So it's not like the process. I mean, if we look at it, you have to have 4 council members to vote and say yes to do a appointment. So the process. I don't know. And maybe I'm doing a bad job in that I didn't go back 5 years. I went back 2 years and vetted everybody. So there's certain people that I could have sent your resumes, but I know that it wouldn't have passed Tom McDonald for a fact. Dave Busaith. I just know for a fact. So I didn't even waste your guys' time. But I mean, the last 2, I gave you Bruce Cameron and I gave you Dwight Green. Wonderful people.
And they both passed, didn't they, David?
Huh?
Did they both pass? Did they both pass, those 2 names? Excuse me.
No, I mean, I gave you, they were 2 of the 8 that I just sent you the last time. And I got nothing. You guys wanted to kick the can down the road. I'm thinking, so I just, I went and talked to Jerry, and Jerry goes, I'll stay on for another term because I'm not getting anywhere. So, I mean, they're really, really good candidates with Dwight and Bruce, but, I didn't even get any feedback at all, so I'm just confused on.
Well, Dave, I think some of the issues is the timeline on some of these things. We know that case was unique, but for the most part, we know now when all of these appointments are up. So just, a month ahead of time saying, okay, these appointments are up. These are the resumes I'm submitting, or whoever the chairpersons, plural, are. These are the resumes we're submitting. Would anyone else like to add resumes to that stack? And then we can take all of those, and all of us can take some time to vet them. We can interview them.
And I agree with that. But I mean, with Jerry's resignation, that came really quick. So it wasn't like I had a month time to say, hey, he's going to be resigning. So, I mean, but I thought that they were definitely candidates, citizens that could be viable and valuable on the Planning Commission. And I didn't get any one of you guys. I mean, Dave and Lene gave me their responses, but you 4 didn't. And you say you need more time. So I don't know. I'm at a loss on you know, what you guys really want. If you want people that want high density and the BRT, then bring them on. But I'm not that kind of guy that's going to pass them forward.
Well, it's sounding to me like, from what you've said, Jen, and maybe we can just solve this now. It sounds like the problem you have with the process is you want a month of lead time on appointments or reappointments. I don't have a problem with that. You know,
Yeah, and what I'd like to see,
sometimes
what I'd like to see actually is to have Bren and Ryan and Gary maybe come up with some ideas on how we can just all have really good communication about this and how we can maybe schedule interviews or just, I don't know what best practices are out there. I would love to hear their ideas, but I think if we can establish some of those and move that direction, that would make me feel happy.
Well, I really think that with the resumes given, you guys need to do your due diligence and call those individuals and talk with them, because my perspective is different than yours. And I don't think we need to put anything else on the city, on the employees. I mean, I did the homework, I gave you the resumes, but you have to go through, and if you call them all, hey, I didn't like them, okay, we'll restart and we'll start over. But I mean, I took the time, 3-4 hours calling people, going back 2 years. And I'm thinking I was trying to help the situation, but I guess that's not the right process. Chris, I don't know. But to me, I thought we have viable candidates. I mean, Dwight Green is amazing. Bruce Cameron, you know, totally developer, you know. So, but did anybody even look at him? That's my point. I'm like, you know, I'm going through the motion, spending my time. I mean, planning commission is a big
Commitment.
It takes a big commitment, and it's a lot of time. And I did not volunteer for the planning commission. So
When I talked to you about one of them, you said you weren't going to put his name forward.
that was Ray Chipman, because I talked to him twice.
And he told me he didn't say those things.
Oh,
So I
man,
don't know what to say.
he said them to me too, Tom.
So I was at the Sarah, and he said, I'm for the States and Master Plan, and I'm for the BRT. And I'm thinking, you're not my guy. So you can bring him forward. You know, we could do the nuclear option that Chris told me. That's what we were talking about, Ray Chipman. So, you know, my thing is, I'm the type of person, I don't forget anything. I know what people say to me, and I know that you said that, Chris. I'm sorry, but if you're saying you didn't, I feel sorry for you, because you did.
I mean, to me, this just comes to the, you know, you guys were new on the council. We said we give 3 names. This is the process we've followed. Tom doesn't like it. I'm sorry, Tom, but you know, the process is the person over the planning commission submits, you know, helps us out by sending us resumes of the applicants. We all interview, read it over, whatever effort you want to put into it, give 3 names to the mayor, and the mayor can then select someone, which he still has to do with the advice consent of the council. So it's not just his thing, right? But and that was in a way to see if we all come up with the same person, basically. You guys submitted 1 name to the mayor. You did not cooperate. You did not do what Dave asked you to do. You submitted 1 name, and it was all the same name from the 4 of you. So that's what's irritating me here is it seems to me you're trying to force the process that you want, and yet you won't in an open meeting talk about what changes do you want to make to the process. I mean, I agree. To me, this 1 month lead time, legitimate. I totally agree to that. I don't want to do 322 meetings behind the scenes to figure out what to do here with the planning commission appointments. No, let's do it in front of the public. I mean, if it's the 1 month thing, I have no problem with that. And I can understand your dissatisfaction with that. That's hard sometimes when you're busy. You know, in fact, we did postpone it once, right, Jeff?
I don't really think we're that far away. Yeah. Because I think the process is fairly solid, and maybe the process just needs to be tweaked. So it's not like there's this huge gap.
So I was just going to say, yeah, the shortness of time when I apologize to you and Dave. I did reach out to the mayor and had a conversation with him. Had intended to get with you and Dave, not in the cards today. But we had such a short amount of turn time. This didn't show up on the agenda, and this is no one's fault. It just is part of the way things were going. So I'm not trying to cast blame on anyone for that. But it would have been nice to have a little more time to be able to look at possibilities in the way that we go about doing things. So I thank you for bringing that up. And I, like I said, I had intended on getting with you and Dave. We had a great conversation with the mayor. And yeah.
Guess, can I just say one thing? I would not have thought that a reappointment would have caused this controversy. That's what I'm having a hard time with too. I'm not understanding why you would want to shove someone out the door who has diligently served for 3 years, has been the chair. I've been to her meetings. She's amazing. She has done a great job when the public has been a little irritated. I mean, other commission members. And I just feel like, can we work on the process? I'm grateful that you've told me some of these things tonight with the process. But as the mayor says, I feel like it's an injustice. I feel like we're making her a political pawn. I feel like we should reappoint her tonight. She should not be involved in this. And the reappointment is not the same as appointing, trying to fill a vacancy and vetting in that way. We've seen her track record. Typically on our commissions, we do two-year terms. So I guess that's why what I would like to see, and in a spirit of collaboration, I would like to see that tonight. I would like to see us do her reappointment. I don't feel like should be used as a political pawn here. And let's take the time and do the process right. That's my thoughts.
I think I have one more comment on the current planning commission. We have given them direction that we are not for high density and we're not for the BRT. And that's the lead they're following, Chris. So they're just following our lead. And, the 7-0, I thought that was amazing that they voted 7-0 against Canyon Park because that is high density, higher density than what's around it. And then also Wilkinson Farm, that is higher density than what's around it. So they were consistent, and that makes sense because that's the direction that we gave them. So, no fault to them. They're just following our lead. Now, if you say, hey, they want high density, they'll probably all just say, hey, I want to get off the planning commission.
That's not the point of what the process that we're talking about is about. It has nothing to do with high density, BRT, anything else. It's about discussion of the current process. Just as Jen had mentioned, every major commission in the city now has 2 council members representing it. That's one of the discussions that would be nice to discuss. And the other is the opportunity to have time to go forward and look at and review those that are on, knowing if someone's time frame's coming up, just being aware of that time frame.
But Chris, you said
that's my only concern.
Okay, that's fine. But you said that they were off base on their voting because they're not.
I didn't say they were off base. They were not representing the city as a whole because of their view is all. In fact, they're not even representing.
We gave them that direction. We as a council.
So when you say we as the council, is that this you as the individual that's over the planning commission, or
no? When we got elected from the last time, the whole thing was anti-high density and on State Street, and that's why we got rid of the State Street master plan and 10,000 apartments.
Right.
So that's the narrative. So I mean, that's the basis of what they're functioning on. So to say that they're off or they're not connected to the city or the citizens, I think that's wrong.
Can I just add one other thing? Just kind of kudos to our current planning commission. Last year, before you were on the council, Chris, the transportation master plan came up for review. Do we want to have a little sidebar here? Our transportation master plan came up for review. Our planning commission members spent hours and hours reviewing that plan with a fine-tooth comb. Because of them, they noticed that 12th North was scheduled to be widened to a 5-lane road east of I-15. That 1600 North was on the schedule, was on the plan to be widened to a 5-lane road all the way from State Street, all the way over to University Parkway by the mall, 8th East. So 1600 North and 8th East. I mean, there were several things that because of the diligence of these planning commission members and their care and concern for Family City USA and creating an environment where families can thrive, they brought those things to our attention as a city council. And we were able to review some of these things and correct some of these things that were hidden in this plan. It was, I was just like, I didn't give them direction on that. They brought this to the attention, and then we as a council voted on it and reviewed it, I probably should say. And I just was very grateful for their representation there. And the public was very grateful. That was an issue in our last election. The public was very grateful. We don't want to be a through city. We want to preserve our neighborhoods. So I guess, I feel like this process is being put in place to boot the members of the Planning Commission that were put on there 3 years ago, because some people weren't in the majority. One person wasn't in the majority back then. And so now, as was mentioned in our retreat, the 4 no more are back on the other side. So I don't want that. I feel bad about some of the things that happened in the past, and even the narrative that we booted them off. We didn't. There was a reason, as the mayor explained. They weren't going to show up to vote. They were holding us hostage. But every other commission member, unless there is some issue, as one of the planning commissions assaulted some of the residents verbally, we appreciate their service. We reappoint them to another 3 years to help continue serving our city. So I don't have a problem going through the process, but I am just really having a problem with the insinuation being made that these planning commission members aren't good. They're not representing the residents. The process is wrong. These types of conversations that are being had here tonight. And once again, I just feel like these are good people. They're giving of their time and their talents to help us and to represent the majority of the city. Do you guys want that person back on the planning commission that didn't think we should add parking to apartments that we were approving so people could get out of their cars and ride their bikes? No, I don't think that would have passed muster, right? So that's where I am tonight. And I would urge you to set aside, to collaborate with us now, to work with us here in the interest of not me working with me or the mayor or Dave, but in the interest of peace for our community and gratitude for our planning commission members, and do this reappointment tonight. I don't know if you're saying you don't have a problem with her. Let's not play with her anymore then. Let's just, vote on the reappointment, set aside and put on our calendar in a work meeting to talk about this process for the planning commission. Let's get it solved. If you're not happy with it, I want to know specifics, and I want to know what we can do to fix it. I'm open-minded on that. I'm willing to work with you on that. But I just really don't agree with using a person who has served our community so diligently with so many hours as part of this process. So I'm asking that we bring it back to a vote of the council for the reappointment of this individual, and I'd appreciate it if one of you 4 made that motion.
Well,
We already have a motion in
second on the
effect
table.
and a second on the table, so we need to vote on that first.
Remind me what the motion of the second was. It happened. Oh, yeah.
You can withdraw your motion. You don't have to vote on the motion.
I would just like to say one other thing, and I feel like, Lene, I appreciate your perspective. I feel like you put a lot of words in our mouth, and that by saying that we're 4 no more, that we've been voting as a block of 4 is inaccurate and unfair, especially if you look at our voting records. When we mentioned that this was a concern for us and the issue is not Madeline, your immediate response was to say that the process is fine and we should just push forward and move through this. So I just want it to be clear that we do want to have a dialogue. If we had wanted to, we could have come in and made decisions without your discussion at all and just made the decision. 4 of us voted and moved on, but we don't want to do that. We want to work with you, but we want to make sure that our concerns are also represented and that you also see that we have a concern with the process that we would like to work together to solve.
No, you don't want to work with me. You didn't call me and talk to me about this. Jeff apologized that he didn't, but I didn't hear Chris or Tom or you apologize. Can the rest of you not apologize? at not calling me and telling me that you wanted to remove this from the consent agenda, that you didn't like the process, that you didn't like.
Renee, I have already talked with you about the process.
No, Jen, okay, whatever. You think it was in the fall. I'm talking from yesterday for this agenda item. Didn't get a phone call. Wasn't contacted.
I think
Haven't heard that there's a problem with the process.
Well, then I guess our conversation was different than we both remember because we specifically talked about this, but that's irrelevant. I think we should move on from this.
Right, but you keep bringing it up, don't you? It is irrelevant.
Because you're accusing us of things that aren't fair.
No, I'm talking about this weekend. I'm talking about this agenda. No one called me about this issue on this agenda, and I just talked about it on Friday at our retreat. So put yourself in my place.
The item didn't show up until yesterday. This just
Right, and you should have called me. You've called the mayor. You've talked to each other.
There was a fast track on this.
Well, but
I was busy, I mean, Jeff and Chris called me. We talked.
But we were at the retreat. I think that normally it comes out on Friday, but we were at the retreat.
Yeah.
It came out on Thursday.
Right. So I think a lot of this, I mean, we can all work to communicate better and do things better. But I think as far as, I mean, if we could get a vote, and I don't, I mean, probably when I saw, if we would have been doing a new planning commission member, I would have been a lot more likely to say, okay, let's take more time. Let's get this out. Let's make sure what everybody wants and all the rest. But so from my perspective, Madeline is a very, I mean, she's just right in the middle as far as she's not any kind of extreme anything. She's just a good administrator and she's done a great job as a volunteer. And so I didn't think re-upping her was any big deal. And that was probably my mistake because, apparently that was uncomfortable. But anyway, as far as where we're at right now to try and move forward, I'd like someone to make a motion to just approve Madeline. We'll move forward with that. And then we'll also agree to look at this process in the near future and work through it in our work meetings.
So we have the motion on currently and seconded. And
so remind us what that was.
it was to move it. It was to move
it was just to move it out of the consent items.
Oh, no,
It was to table it.
Clarification
It was to
point
table
was-
it so we can bring it back up.
Yeah.
And hopefully within the 2 weeks, when we meet again in 2 weeks and have it all taken care of, everything will be resolved and taken care of.
Yes, the motion before the council with the second is a motion to table the reappointment of Madeline Coleman.
And can that be withdrawn and a new motion put forth?
If the sponsor wants to do that.
And I want to just, let's see what the vote is on this one, and then we can talk about the other part.
So at this point, Mayor, I think the question is just for the chair to call for question and the vote.
To call for a question?
To call for the vote.
Okay. Yeah, let's have the vote. The vote. So this, to be clear, this is the vote to table the reappointment of Madeline. So.
Nay.
Aye.
Nay.
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 Okay, so that is gone.
And there we are.
There we are. Yes, I'm ready for a new motion.
Obviously, this isn't the time to talk about the process we'd like to put in place. This is just a time to talk about the consent items.
Right.
I move that we approve the consent items.
Second. Aye.
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 Okay, the consent items pass. And I appreciate all of you coming together to figure this out. So there was a come together. No, there was a come together. Anyway, I appreciate the efforts. And then we'll just need to, Bren, to get on our work sessions a conversation about, looking at the process?
Yeah, we've been taking notes and we'll come back and see if we can even do some research about other cities and pose ways for everyone to be involved and maybe an automated way for there to be more time in terms of notifications and just try to make sure that relationships and voice, everyone having a voice is part of that process.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, moving on. We've got number 10, a scheduled item. 10.1, public hearing and ordinance amending the current year fiscal 2024-2025 budget. And Brandon will present that to us.
Thank you, Mayor. We were going to bring this in December, but that meeting was pretty full. So we moved it to this meeting. So there are a few more on here than might normally have been on here for these budget amendments. But needless to say, there's approximately 1.7 million in budget amendments, ranging from a wide number of things this particular time. Those items that throughout the document that are listed with a number 1, as in all of our budget amendments in the past, grants and donations that we've been awarded or received. And this budget amendment takes those into account so that we can accomplish spending the money on those things which those awards and donations have been given to us. I don't know if there were any, but they range from obviously library to public safety to we've talked about the Gold Star Memorial monument, that donations for that. There's some donations from grants in relation to the task force and their operations. So I don't know if there's any questions about any of those particular grants or donations on there. Since there are so many, I'm going to kind of ask as we go through the list instead of maybe in a big total. I don't know if there's any on there that you have particular questions about.
Sorry, what is that grant OJP 2024 BJA local solicitation?
That's the judge advocate. So they, oh man, is BJ here? BJ, do you know the BGA one? Is that the JAG? Oh yeah, the Burns JAG Memorial one. Yeah. So it's a public safety grant, and in order for them to buy, I think they submit that and get awarded to buy certain equipment.
Okay. Okay, makes sense. I just couldn't figure out what it was.
Mayor, you might want to point out the Gold Star family memorial donations. You might want to talk about that, or I can if you'd like me to, but.
Yeah, no, as far as the Gold Star, you're just talking about that we're raising the money for it. Yes. Oh, it's good to have that showing up. And just to clarify, we're seeing those donations come in and we're excited about it. And for those that don't know what's going on, we've got a Gold Star Memorial that we're raising $250,000 for that will be in the park here by the new city building. Be the first one in Utah County. And so we're encouraging people to donate, and people are being generous, but we've got a ways to go.
Yeah. You'll see it throughout the document. Obviously, a large number of those donations come through the Orem Community Foundation. So they have to go through that fund, and then we move them from that fund to our capital projects fund so that they can be spent in that particular fund. So obviously, every fund that those touch, we have to do something in order to get the funds in the place where we need to spend them. Item number 2, so if we scroll down a little, which you can see there, near the bottom of the screen in the water fund. As we've come to you before, we still have money from our 2021 water, sewer, and storm sewer bonds. And those funds that are still sitting with the trustee earn interest And this is to account for those interest earnings so that we can get those spent on those water and sewer and storm sewer type projects. So it just accounts for those interest earnings. The same can be said if you look just there to the top, number 3 in the debt service fund. We got the sales tax revenue bonds to build the fire training facility. Those bond funds are sitting in a trust account until we spend them all and the interest associated with them.
You've taken away the top line. Is the right the current budget and the left is the right was a former budget and the left is the current. So instead of spending 75 grand, we've spent nothing?
No, the other way around. So we had no, we had no interest earnings.
Oh, these are interest earnings.
Correct. We had none before. And now there are 75.
It's a good thing.
Yes.
I was seeing it as an expense that went away, but it's earnings that came in. Thank you.
Correct.
The
Yes.
same good thing. Thank you,
You bet.
Brandon.
Obviously, these all, I only generally focus on the revenue side. Obviously, there's an expenditure side on the bottom of the spreadsheet that outlines kind of where those funds will be spent. So anyway, those two are the similar concept related to the bonds. Item number 4, let's see, I think it's right here. So you can see on the self-insurance fund up near the top, as well as down in the senior citizens fund near the bottom. There are 2 items that are being funded. One is the fire alarm system for our seniors over at the Orem Friendship Center. It has been failing, so we obviously don't want that to be the case. So we're having some funds from their fund, as well as the self-insurance fund is contributing a portion to that safety issue. And then I believe they're having some problems with the lighting around on the outside around the flagpole. And so they're also intending to make improvements to that lighting to make sure that we have the flags lit. Item number 5, which you'll see in several places, but I'll just leave kind of where it's at here. So if you'll recall from, I know December meeting was a long meeting, but our auditor was at that meeting. He mentioned our facilities maintenance fund is in the red, and we are required under that to make an adjustment to be able to meet state code in trying to alleviate that negative. This meets that qualification, and that spread from how we allocate the facilities fund. So there are several places that participate: the water fund, sewer fund, stormwater fund, and the general fund. So you'll see an entry from each one of those adding up to that $70,000 that's in the middle of the page there. Which will help us meet that requirement to alleviate that requirement. And then we will, during our budget process, we will also, for fiscal 26, we'll also be trying to make sure that we, again, also accomplish in making that negative better. Any questions about that one? Because that one's a little bit weird, but okay. Number 6, let's see, I got to go up for number 6. So kind of up near the middle of the screen, top middle of the screen there, you see number 6, fees, passport money orders. So what we're really trying to do is set a new fee. We have started collect a money order capability in relation to our passports. You'd be surprised at how many people no longer carry checks or have checks. So they are required to pay with cash. And a lot of the times they don't realize that, and they don't have a check on them, and they don't have enough cash. So we force them to go to the bank somewhere and then come back. So we didn't feel like that was very efficient, not only for them, obviously it's an inconvenience for them, but it's also painful for our staff who are right there ready to help them. So we were able to set up these money orders to be able to create the money order to put with the passport. Obviously, we need to charge a fee for the time. to be able to do so. And so we just threw some $100 in there just to show that there's going to be some money associated with it. We expect it to be higher. In the first first week that we offered that, we processed 10 money orders just in that week alone. So we have no doubts that it's going to be used. So you see here that, but in the notes, you can see the fee that we are hoping to have you approve as we move forward. Any questions with that one? Because that one's also a little bit different, but okay, great. Right below that item is number 7, our wildland, as we alluded to earlier and talking about the California fires. So when those individuals go on those deployments, we eventually receive either state or federal funds back. The wildland has some costs, so we receive the money. Then we need to make sure that the costs associated with sending those individuals are covered by those funds that we receive. So this budget amendment takes care of covering those costs. Number 8, which you kind of see there in the CARE Tax Special Revenue Fund. I believe Tyler Pay had a presentation a little while back regarding the bike trails phase 3. And the associated grant award from the Utah Outdoor Recreation folks. So this budget amendment uses, and we also had the discussion a little earlier about excess CARE tax dollars. So we identified that we had some excess CARE tax dollars that we could then apply to get that project to a point based on the grant. That does not fully fund what Tyler presented to you, that full, to make it as, I think we refer to it as Dave Spencer's yoga platform. All of those things are not part of this. That's a bigger dollar amount, but this at least meets that very base initial thought related to the grant award. Any questions with that one? Okay. And the last item, which you see kind of at the bottom of the screen under the Major Crimes Task Force, is sale of fixed assets. They sold a vehicle, which obviously they then want to turn around and be able to use those funds for the purchase of task force equipment. And so this budget amendment accounts for that sale and then the eventual use of those funds for the purchase of equipment. That's all I have. Any questions?
Brandon, you have a fund, you have an increase by fund. Do we know what the total increase is? Do you summarize that anywhere?
Yeah, so I'll scroll
Thank you.
down here, right there at the bottom. So 1.709 million for all of the budget amendments. So that's for basically September through December
Of the year we're
currently in.
Fiscal year ending in June of 20.
Correct. So I will definitely be coming to you sometime, usually in June. We'll do a final budget amendment for all the stuff that we receive. Unless there's something major, usually if there's something really big or really major, we'll immediately do a budget amendment meeting to handle everything up to that particular point. But if there are routine things, like generally I would consider most of these, we will come back in June or potentially late May to round up all of the remaining things for the fiscal year.
Can I just ask you kind of a manager or whatever question? How do we refer to this? Because I'm hearing it referred to, budget year 24, 25, budget year 25. I've heard budget year 25, that you say the year it ends, that's what you call, is that how we do it in Orem then?
Yes. Yeah.
So this is budget year 25 and it ends July.
June 30th.
June 30, yeah, but
Yes.
July 1st is when the next one starts, when 26, even though half of it's the year before. Okay, I just want to make sure that our public understands that, because it took me a minute to understand that.
The real definition is fiscal year 2024, 2025, but that's a mouthful to say. So we usually refer to it as either fiscal year 25 or budget year 25 for that purpose. Yeah.
And Brandon, just for clarification, so is this 1,000,007 number that you come up with, is that in line with what you're expecting? Is that more than you expect, less than you expect? Just for these extra things?
Yeah, I mean, that's hard to say because obviously budget amendments are a reaction to things that occur, or that we're looking at that will probably occur.
I'm just saying from experience, is this like a
It's normal. Yeah.
It's within the range of normal?
Yeah. When we did the CARES Act dollars and ARPA, that's on normal. So. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Bren?
I mean, I'll just say that we talked about in the retreat how over the last 4 years, we've had a higher amount of donations than previous. So in that sense, it's more. But now we have 4 years of first CARES Act, ARPA, and then more recently, a greater focus on applying for additional grants and donations. And then the other thing that's maybe newer or a little bit abnormal is just that we've had these debt funds in an account accruing interest. And so that's, quite a big dollar amount there that you see. So just highlighting, there are some things about this that have become a little bit more unique.
Yeah, for instance, the tourism tax stuff related, or the stuff related to the water reuse facility, as soon as those were awarded and or available, then we brought those budget amendments, and those were big dollars, right? We try to bring those to you as soon as we can, so that, again, the individuals who are creating the purchase orders and the agreements to get those projects going know that the funds have been funded.
Any other questions? Is that everything, Brandon?
That's everything.
Okay, we appreciate it. Thank you.
We do, well, we need to approve
We just need to approve this?
Yeah, and it's a public hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, got to open the public hearing.
All right. I'll open the public hearing. Anybody like to say anything? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. And then would someone make a motion?
Yeah, I move that the city council moves to approve the amending the fiscal year amendments for 24-25 budget.
Second.
That. Second that.
Aye.
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 Thank you. Passes. Thank you. Okay. Item number 12. Bren, you're up. City information items, city manager information items.
Yeah, I just wanted to express gratitude for the council retreat. I joke with my wife and kids that this is, my Super Bowl, and but appreciate just appreciate being able to work with you and work with our executive team and the areas of focus and goals we come up with. We take very seriously, and we incorporate it not only in our budget process, but in all of our communications and interactions with the public. So it's super important. And so naturally, we're very grateful to have been able to go through that with you. And if I can just put out a request, we want to be able to, we're open to ideas on how to make sure that everyone knows from top to bottom of the organization and in the public about what we're doing and about your areas of focus. So, we want to put it on as like a watermark on a notebook, or come up with a one sheet. We'll have a state of the city event coming up. So if any of you have ideas on that you'd like to suggest or share with us on how to proliferate the messaging, then just know we're all ears.
Okay, thank you. I did a video about it today. So now it's up to the rest of you.
Wonderful.
Okay, I think we're ready to adjourn if someone would like to make a motion.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn to a closed session in room 107 to discuss pending or reasonably imminent litigation.
Second.
Aye.
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 Aye.